Good afternoon. Welcome to this Thursday edition of Wire to Wire from Horseshoe Indianapolis alongside Rachel McLaughlin, Racing Rachel, track announcer John G. Dooley. We've got sunny skies here today and no nicknames. Barnyard, baby. But main track is, nobody used to call me Barnyard because you know that hamburger where you can put the egg on it?
Yeah.
The immigrant burger.
Isn't that called like a morning burger, whatever? Yeah. So why do they call you that?
Because every time I would go on the Fox and Hound back in my Chicago days.
Oh yes, that show you told me about you used to do. That's what you had.
Good stuff. Yeah.
That's why you liked my egg sandwich so much when we went to Old Friends. You're a fan. I get it now.
And it was also worth driving out to the farm and checking that out too. For that egg sandwich that Rachel made last summer, or maybe 2 summers ago when we went to Old Friends.
Yeah,
but today we digress.
You're due for another one.
Fast track here today, and all main track card. We're again off the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. That was the case yesterday. Today we wrap up Caesars Week, Rachel, with our racing program. We've got 3 Harley Green Derby trials at the tail end of the card, but another all main track card. Again, after that soaking a couple of days ago, we worked our way yesterday from sloppy to muddy, and we're fast today.
Yeah, Tony texted me last night and said, and he normally never does. He texts us in the morning around 6 or 7, and he texted me last night, and I think everyone knew. I mean, I texted Brian to let him know, but he said, yeah, I kind of guessed that. But it was nice to know early. We did. We also had gotten a few pop-up showers, so we had already set up with a little bit of moisture, and then yesterday it just was all night the night before. So yeah, but what a beautiful day. It's hot, it's warm. I think it's going to be dried out for next week when Eric had said let's all just focus on having the best Caesars Day we can and getting it dried out for next week. But right now, just beautiful weather and the trials, the 10 fastest times. Martha is going to do a couple of them. I'm going to stick around and do one. So I've got a podcast later tonight. So we definitely have a great card. 11 races. Me and John are in it for the long haul, baby.
In it for the long haul, baby. How about the fact that how about the handle yesterday? Cheers to all of our horsemen.
Yeah.
Over $3.6 million wagered.
Did you see in the 6th race there was $700,000 in the pick 5? Was it the pick 5 or the late pick 4?
All the pulls are through.
Very, very nice. So we're very happy about yesterday. Wish we could have got on the grass, but it is what it is. Can't control the weather.
We'll talk more about those premier races from yesterday's big Caesars Day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis with our card on tap here today. For the official race day forecast, Rachel mentioned it's warm, but don't take our word. Let's go downtown. WRTV6's Macy Tetrick. She's standing by. She's waiting for the toss from me. Macy, in 3, 2, 1.
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
It is going to feel like summertime today with those high temperatures and also a bit of humidity building in. So muggy day. Temperatures will climb all the way into the mid or the upper 80s. A daytime record for today is 88, so it's possible we break a temperature record or at least tie it. Now, as we look into the evening, after a mostly dry day, we will see a chance for an isolated severe thunderstorm. Better chance for some severe weather as we look to Friday, but good news, we will dry out as we head into the weekend. John?
Macy, I'm off this weekend, so that's good news. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, no live racing here. Don't forget, First Floor OTB, for those of you that want to watch and wager on the 2025 Black-Eyed Susan. And of course, this Saturday, the headliner, the 150th running of the Preakness Stakes. So no Sovereignty, no Kentucky Derby winner, but awesome matchup. You've got journalism there. That'll be my top pick for the Preakness Stakes, but Sandman's in there too. And a lot of, obviously, social media interest for Sandman in Saturday's Preakness Stakes 150.
Going to be on the Equinedge show tonight to talk about Black-Eyed Susan and some of the stakes, so very excited. Preview the Preakness, obviously, and yeah, I can't wait to see what happens this weekend. If you want to watch and wager, you can do so here at the OTB downstairs. We're going to open early, and advanced wagering is open today, I do believe.
We'll see who win those big races at Old Hilltop, Pimlico. Last year for what is Pimlico, as we all known for all these years before. That'll be like Belmont Park.
Weird.
Yeah, the building of the new Pimlico there, the Maryland Jockey Club, to kind of reset in the decades going forward as racing moves on from that. But speaking about winning, Randy Klopp, of course, has had a couple of training titles here at Horseshoe Indianapolis and vying for another this year. Certainly good day yesterday. It was a Caesars Day. We had those premier races, and we'll talk more about one of those that Randy took down, but hat-trick of wins yesterday for Randy Klopp, Mr. Klopp, and he's had a good week with 5 wins overall. And when Randy teams with Joe Ramos, they make for a really winning combination.
Yeah, Ramos and Klopp, last year he wasn't here for the whole time, but the year before, I mean, the year he won, leading jockey, correct? They teamed up and he rode beautifully together. And like he said it in the interview yesterday, he said, I'm just so thankful for Klopp for, riding me primarily, keeping me on these good horses and everything. And Klopp was sure to remind us that dealing with his butt, it was not easy. And Ramos he's young and talented and really rides a nice horse. So congratulations to them. But let's take a look at the stakes, the handicaps.
Yeah.
We had a riding double for Ramos and a training triple for Klopp, but we had some other really nice payouts in our races. So race 6, Swifty Sired. What'd you think of Miss Candela? When I was in the paddock, she looked so good, and I mentioned her in the 2, and I said, listen, if there's a couple horses that you want to mix in here for exotics, it's these 2 because they like the slop, and boy, did she ever.
Yeah, Miss Candela, that off track again as we went through the course of Caesar's Day from sloppy to good. But I like this ride by Abel Cedillo. This was one of 3 horses here in the Swifty Sired fillies for Tony Duran, of course, and Kathy Rancho Monarca. But taking it right to them, and Miss Candela just to finish them off.
Yeah, it was a wonderful ride by him. Tony said he always does a really good job for him. Race 7 was the Horseshoe Indianapolis, number 6, Running Away. Wesley Ward and Gerardo Corrales.
Yeah, had won the Busanda to kick off her 3-year-old season there at the Big A in New York. Tested some big guns in the Grade 1 Ashland at Keeneland, and comes here to town yesterday on the big Caesar's Day card. Takes out one of the handicaps with the Horseshoe Indianapolis, one of the big ones on the card with that 6 figures. And this is a daughter of Gun Runner, and as I mentioned in the call, running away.
That must have been a lot easier company than the Grade 1 Ashland, because that was a tough race. Race 8, the Caesars, was number 6, Smokin' Boy, Manny. Just what a wonderful ride by Manny Esquivel and Cheryl Weinball. $10 horse. We had some good upsets. Just one heavy favorite, one at the end. But yeah, a nice ride by him for sure. And Cheryl Weinball, she was there yesterday, and she got out of there real quick and let Manny talk.
3.6 million wagered yesterday. Here was a 4-horse field in one of those races taken off the turf course. Proved to be a good one there. The son of Catholic Boy, Smokin' Boy, having competed against the big guns in the Grade 1 Florida Derby. Yes, that's right. Smokin' Boy's last start for Cheryl Weinball was down there at Gulfstream, tackled the likes of Tapan Street and Sovereignty, who went on to win the 151st Kentucky Derby. Smokin' Boy said, Cheryl, I'll take the van ride here to Shelbyville, the Shelbyville Hippodrome, and take out the Caesars of 2025. Strong handling, Manny Esquivel teaming with Chicago-based Cheryl Weinball. They made a winning combination over the years.
Oh, yeah. Let's go now to the 9th race, Sagamore.
Ramos Klopp.
Yep, Ramos Klopp, 5. This was the one that it just didn't look like Molly's Potion liked the slot, but the heavy favorite Mondavilla, like he said, just what a versatile guy. Just an amazing job. Look at that guy running there. He's a pretty grade, too. Me and Samantha, the track photographer, we were like, ooh, he's so pretty.
It's great that we've had some of the top jockeys in the country join us here yesterday, including Luis Saez and also Jose Ortiz. Jose came in to obviously ride the big premier races. Yeah, he won a race on the undercard, a very talented horse, clocking in under 110. But among all those top riders in the nation, Joe Ramos, Joe's in the room, says, hey, I ran in the Kentucky Derby too this year. So, and good job by Joe among the locals with a couple of wins yesterday, including one of those premier races.
Yeah, and we just got to give a shout out to, I told Chris Polzin in the paddock yesterday, I said, man, I would just love to be Chris Polzin for a day, but
really?
No. But I would never do. I would not. I don't care if Eric was like, I'll pay you $500,000 to write the races. I'd say no way. Thank you.
That's one of those tough jobs.
But man, did he do a good job yesterday? Because you mentioned the undercard, and it made me think it wasn't just those premier races. The whole card was great. I mean, we have such a wonderful team here, and they are a huge part of that. Valerie, his right-hand man, as I call her, and her sister Elizabeth, and everyone back there. They just do such a phenomenal job. So kudos to them. They don't get enough credit.
I think I've known Valerie and her sister and Chris for a couple of decades and then some. And obviously, once they came here to Shelbyville, they done a terrific job with the racing program, talking about Chris Polzin. And Chris Kamak, too, his assistant, was making a lot of the presentations yesterday. So, yeah, cheers to the entire racing office crew. Given the fact we were off the turf yesterday, handled $3.6 million, and we saw even a 4-horse field in the Caesars. And that was a pretty nice day here yesterday for Caesars Day 2025. 2025 that wraps up today. But don't forget, speaking of cool 2025 concert series coming up, we're certainly looking forward to this. Some of the details, we'll have one concert each month beginning here in May through the summer month of August. They'll be featured on Friday's Trackside, and the first is set for May 23rd at 7 p.m. And that'll feature one of Rachel's favorite Journey tribute bands, E5C4P3.
Yeah, love that band. Seen it tons of times. You guys are going to love it. Definitely want to join us for the concert series. Very excited for that to kick off Friday, May 23rd at 7.
Exactamundo.
Exactamundo's back.
Back in 2025.
I love Exactas.
Thursdays.
They're my favorite to
Me
bet.
too.
I always blows people's mind when I'm at the handicapping in the room for Kentucky Derby when I'm like, you just don't have to put 2. You know, you can box like 4 horses. It costs you more money. They're like, oh, that's a great idea. I always sell them Exacta boxes first.
We should have like the Rolling Rock pick
Make it
3s.
easy.
Rolling pick 3s. Rolling
Yeah,
Rock pick 3s.
Rolling Rock.
Sell that.
I'll call them
like that.
for
I
that
like my
sponsorship. I've also got a shout out. I also just was told by Tammy that I need to get a hold of Griffin Johnson's, that kid who owns part of Sandman.
Sandman, yeah.
I'll
Social
message
media
him.
influencer, much like Racing Rachel here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Now, of course, with Caesar's Day in the rearview mirror, all main track card here today, by the way. Again, we're scratching the $1 Horseshoe Hat-Trick All
yeah.
Turf Pick
No
3.
turf.
Not applicable as there's no turf.
Obviously.
Of course, we have the Rolling Pick 3s starting with the 210 opener. Season's Legends contest, that's in the rearview mirror. But forward, again, Friday, it's the Black-Eyed Susan, and Saturday, 150th running of the Preakness Stakes. Looking forward to hearing my longtime friend Dave Rodman at the top of the old hilltop there at Pimlico, giving the Preakness Stakes 150, the big call. We'll see who wins that, and you can watch and wager on the Preakness here Saturday at the first floor. Is it really an OTB? Because isn't that off-track betting?
I know,
It's
they've always
on-track
called
betting.
it that.
Yeah, it's like on-track betting.
They've always called it that ever since I've been here.
Yeah.
Also, just really quick about the Harley Derby trials, just because Tammy makes wonderful notes and it's good information. There's 3 trials for the Harley Derby is tonight, and it's named after a longtime quarter horse enthusiast, Harley Green, who served for many years as a farm inspector for the state of Indiana. Grade 3 QHRAI SSA Futurity winner, AP Political Patriot, from the Oscar Prasado barn, makes his Indiana debut in race 10. Also, want to make sure to tell you guys that the winner, Apolitical Patriot, is out of our sponsor on the fence, Apolitical. Definitely should check.
And breed development, Murphy Trailer Sales. If you'd like to reach out to them, terrific customer service and loyalty. Rachel knows. They're at 765-361-8803. B&H Electric. They've got the tote board, they've got the starting gate. Things are looking great for them. B&H Electric, locations in town and around the Hoosier State. If you'd like to reach out to them on the web, please do so. www.bh-electric.com. And Hubler Ford, Indiana's giant Hubler. Stay on the right side of the road. With locations here in town and in France. Have you ever driven over in England? You got to be on that other side of the road. That
I have not. I would be too
those
scared.
roundabouts. I was all over the place with those roundabouts. DriveHubler.com. Not taking one of their trucks there to London anytime soon. You do a good impression too.
I think, yes, I do actually.
Brilliant. Social media-wise, we've got you covered. If you'd like to reach out to us, I updated the track condition to fast once I arrived here at the Shelbyville Hippodrome. You can reach out to us on social media. On X, I'm at John G. Dooley, and of course, we've got Racing Rachel, a social media influencer, just like, I mean, you're almost like a part of Sandman. You've got as many followers there on X at Racing Rachel M, on Instagram at Racing Rachel M. Martha Clausen, she's excited about today's Harley Green Derby trials, and they're good ones. Looking forward to those. Martha will be joining later today. You can follow her on X with her thoughts, the quarter horse racing and more at Martha Clausen. And Brian Aragoni standing by. He's going to bring us all good luck in that winning 50-cent early pick 5 ticket, and we can use it. B is on X at Mr. B Analyst. Track-wise, Rachel, you know, we've got interns this season. We got people always putting things up on the tracks. Former Twitter feed on X at HS Indy Racing, on Instagram at Horseshoe Indy, and subscribe to our YouTube channel. Please subscribe there. Smash the like button. Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. 30 minutes away from the first of the day and all main track card. We've got thoroughbred racing and those exciting trials for the Harley Green Derby, races 9, 10, and 11. Quick commercial break here on this end of Caesars week edition of Wire to Wire. When the program returns here, the pre-race show, you'll be joined by racing analyst Brian Aragoni talking all things early pick 5. Back with B right after this.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Here we are back at Wire to Wire for the second half after a Caesars Day. An excellent day it was. Unfortunately, not on the turf, and we won't be on the turf today, but we've got 11 opportunities for you to make money. Pad your wallet or your purse strings, maybe for a night of racing at Churchill Downs, maybe the Preakness this weekend. Maybe you're going to head over to our casino and enjoy some of their opportunities in sports betting and things like that. So let's take a look at this early pick 5, 28 minutes away. We are on a fast main track. A huge shout out to our track crew. We've had a ton of rain here recently, and back on a fast track is always good to see. Hopefully that turf course will dry out for next week as well. Let's go through today's card. Not too many scratches or changes, in my opinion. Some very competitive racing. I'm going to have a hunch play in here, and it looks like many other people have the hunch that I have. Ralph Martinez wins races. And he claimed this one for $7,500 out of a claiming race at Turfway Park, and he claimed it for himself. There's been more than enough time to switch ownership names. If it wasn't for him, they would have likely switched it. And I think Ralph Martinez owns and trains his 4-year-old gelding by Upstart, who's won 4-12. But I expect big improvement today. A horse who's been competitive. The lone win did come here locally, despite all the recency being at Turfway Park. And I think this horse moves up in a big spot. 5-1 morning line, currently on the board at 7-5. Taking some early action. Orlando Mojica going to be calling the shots in here. When they team up, they win at 38%. They haven't teamed up all that often, but the numbers jump off the page. First start off the claim, wins at 32%. Sprinting wins at 20%. And then when you team up with Orlando Mojica, 38%. I'd love 5-1. Don't know if we'll get there. The hammer time of the day is also going to be the single in the opener. We may have 11 races to make some money, but we are not going to wait around. We're going to find out 26 minutes from now. Whether we're heading to the ATM, it's going to say, welcome back. It knows who I am. I don't even have to type in my PIN anymore because they just know how frequently I visit. Or we're going to be stacked and ready to fire for the 10 remaining cards here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. A single to kick off your Thursday here at the place we call the Shoe. Race number 2, Allowance Company group going 6 furlongs in here, and a very talented group. This may not be a stakes race, but it certainly carries stakes quality talent as we kick off the $1 minimum pick 4. 6 furlongs the distance. I had a tough time getting around the top 2. Not going to try and overthink or recreate the wheel in here. Work it windy if ready to go off of the layoff for Bob Dobbs is strictly the horse to beat. Rodney Prescott has refused to yield this mount since he took over after an impressive debut, and since then they've won 3 out of the last 6 races, and I think it's well spaced for some stakes racing coming up. We'll see if Work It Windy can keep up with Ace Reporter. She does have a recency edge. The 5-year-old mare is a 6-time winner, and she looks to be a darn good claim. 12,500 tabbed at the end of the season last year, and since then she's run 4th and 2nd in some very tough competition races. She has lost to Ikati Flatter. She did all of the hard lifting on the inside last time. It was a big effort. She stayed on game lane. I think she'll be even tighter today. Second start off the layoff. Those are the 2 I will key in on them, both that early pick 5 as well as the $1 minimum pick 4. Race number 3, maiden special weight, going 1 mile and 70 yards. No scratches, no changes. The play in here is to play against War Campaign. We're going to try and Brad Cox. It's not something I usually try to do. 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7 for me. We're going to take a stand against your inside runner, 7-2 morning line. 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7. I think there's plenty of opportunity. Post game is a horse that is easily overlooked. Now, this may be a hunch for me that's actually just a fallacy, and maybe the horse isn't nearly as good. However, CRK Stable had this horse as a 2-year-old when they were over at Del Mar. There's been no sale, anything like that. Just switched hands over to Peter, and he's winning at 25% here. Now, this horse was bet down to 3-5. Someone thought that post game was going to be an easy winner on that day. Today, we're going to come back at 12-1, and I wasn't impressed with what I saw. The horse, first time over the track, was all in early, couldn't stay on, and was literally never involved. If you watch that replay, you're pitching and you're not concerned. However, what if the plan all along was to stretch out? The siblings have all done very well going 2 turns. I think maybe the horse wanted 2 turns to begin with, a horse who had routinely shown speed but hadn't shown the ability to stay on while sprinting, now stretches out today. Marcelino Pedroza Jr., despite being beaten at 3-5 last time, he sticks around. And now it's second time over the track, second start off the layoff, and going a route of ground. I think post-game is sneaky at 12-1. Race number 4, maiden special weight. Again, scratch numbers 1, 5, 6, and 10. 1, 5, 6, and 10. I am hopeful that everyone piles on to the glitzy Keeneland races. Post position numbers 2, 3, 4, and 7 have all come from Keeneland. Sure, come on. Bring your experience over against our first-time starters for Mr. Joe Davis, getting the eye of Joe Ramos and Luis Contreras. An Indiana bred against Open Company, that's intriguing, and this horse wanted to be on the turf and could have easily been against state-bred competition, but enters against Open Company in here. I think Dreaming Y or Dreaming Bonita, both respectively at high odds of 12-1 and 20-1, could be the goods. I am unimpressed with the experience that I have seen thus far in the lightly raced inside runners. We will go 8 and 9 in race number 4, and that's a key race. 2-year-olds in race number 4. I see what you did there, Racing Secretary. You put maybe the hardest race on the card, Babies, in race number 4, which is the 4th leg of that early pick 5 and the first leg of that late pick 5. A challenging spot for handicappers. I'm on to your tricks there. Race number 5, maiden special weight. Again, we're not going to have any maidens left after today's card. Scratch numbers 10, 14, 15, and 16. 6 furlongs going to be the distance in here. Possibly the best betting race of the day. I think it looks wide open in this spot. You've got a ton of horses that showed talent on debut, many of them coming back for their second-time effort. Horses usually go 2 directions. They don't run as good as they did on debut. Maybe they came back a little bit too quick, or they jump up in a big way. This is a wide-open race and an excellent betting opportunity for the bettor, and I am thankful that it ends the early pick 5 and kicks off the Itoba pick 4 because it's wide open. A race that could go a variety of directions. 6 furlongs. You've got lightly raced horses. You've got some trainers and some owners that have high expectation for their 3-year-old fillies, and I think we will see the next big thing in race number 5 on a fast main track where we are 21 minutes away from the opener. We may have put Caesars Handicap Day behind us. However, we have 11 races today and plenty of opportunities to make some money on Preakness weekend. Certainly wish you the best of luck, whether you're enjoying some of that fine cuisine in our clubhouse with the best staff and service in all of Indiana, or whether you're tuning in on the simulcast feed. Certainly wish you the best of luck on a Thursday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today as we wrap up Caesars Week. Track announcer John G. Dooley. All main track card. 11 races on tap, including 3 trials for the Harley Green Derby. Those 3 quarter horse trials at the tail end of the card today. Races 9, 10, 11. Under cloudy skies, temperatures in the mid-80s. Main track fast, and again, we're off the turf course to wrap up Caesars Week. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Opening sprint starts off the 50-cent early, pick 5. Scratch number 6, Jack D. Number 6, Jack D, has been scratched. In the second race sprint, there are no changes, all 6 run. Turning to the third, here in the maiden, no scratches. There's a jockey change for number 4, Arthur Jr. to Joe Ramos. Had a riding double here yesterday on Caesars Day, including Mondavilla and the Swifty sired handicap. Joe Ramos on 4, Arthur Jr., race 3. In the fourth, this maiden taken off the turf course. Maiden Juvenile Filly Sprint will be run on the main track at 5 furlongs. Scratch 1, Emily's Joe. 5, Let's Go. Take out the 6, Clowning Around, and number 10, Nanina. With those scratches, just a note, main track, Maiden Juvenile Filly Sprint, no Horseshoe Hat-Trick Turf Pick 3 today. No Horseshoe Hat-Trick All Turf Pick 3. Maiden on the main track fast, scratch 1, 5, 6, and number 10. On to the 5th we go. Maiden Filly's Mare Sprint. Here number 8, Ad Literam, make the jockey Andres Calleja. Andres Calleja on number 8, Ad Literam. Scratch 10, Pink Picture. 14, Cloudy Star. 15, Gold Delight. And the 16, No Self-Control. Number 13, Quibble, draws in. Quibble, the number 13, will run. Scratch the 10, 14, 15, and number 16 from the race card. The 6th race, another off the turf. This will now be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Again, no Horseshoe, all turf pick 3. Scratch the 4, Summer in Tahoe. 7, Befriended, and the 9, Driana. The 10, El Cown, entered by Andrew McKeever as a main track only, will run. El Cown, the 10, runs fast track. Scratch 4, 7, and the number 9. In the 7th race, maiden sprint. Couple of scratches. Take out the 5, Handsome Hannah, and the 8, Dreaming Bro. Scratch the 5 and number 8. In the 8th, off the turf, the 8th race at 5:47 will be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 2, Pretty on the Prairie, and the 8, Front Cover. Scratch the 2 and number 8. Races 9, 10, 11, the trials for the Harley Green Derby. Over the 350 yards, fast track with a headwind. In the 9th, there are no scratches and no rider changes. 4, Beach First, 4 pounds over the assigned program weight. 6, Dashin' Quick Corona, 3 pounds over, and the first trial for the Harley Green Derby. The 10th race, over the 350. Again, no scratches, no jockey changes. Overweights to a political mission, 4 pounds. 3, Encore Second Act plus 3. 9, HF Just Reno, 5 pounds over. And looking at race 11 to close out the card and Caesars Week. Final trial for the Harley Green Derby. Scratch number 2, Painted Gray. Number 2, Painted Gray, has been scratched. 3, HF Firecracker, 3 pounds over. Number 4, Flashy Beach DHD, 1 pound extra. Horses in the walking ring. There a look at the changes and corrections on today's 11 race card to wrap up Caesars Week. Mostly cloudy, mid-80s. As noted, all main track card, we're off the turf, and the main track is fast. We'll have the sprint opener due off in 10 minutes' time. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. A paddock shoe repair for the one Infinity's Warrior here prior to the sprint opener. Shoe repair paddock for the one Infinity's Warrior. Less than 5 minutes. Once again, there is a late paddock shoe repair being made for one Infinity's Warrior, thus the delay prior to the sprint opener. Late paddock shoe repair for number one Infinity's Warrior. The horses. Cole Postford for the first race. Starting the all-main track card with the sprint at 6 furlongs, a field of 8. Number 6, Jack D, has been scratched. Scratch the 6, Jack D. Race 1 of 11 today with exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Sprint starts are rolling doubles, pick 3s, and the 50-cent early pick 5 starts here. Again, we're off the turf. All main track hard, main track fast. Another delay. We're standing by for a late jockey change now for 5 Texas Free. Standing by for that call. Down at the 6 furlong start. The other riders are off their mounts. Circling in back of the 6 furlong start. 5 Texas Free back to the paddock for a late jockey change. We now have that late change of jockey for number 5, Texas Free. The jockey will be Mitchell Murrell. Mitchell Murrell raises his hand to ride number 5, Texas Free here in the sprint. Again, it's on hold. Late jockey change. Mitchell Murrell on 5, Texas Free. With Mitchell Murrell now donning the maroon. Number 5, Texas Free, stepping back onto the track and will make his way toward the 6 furlong start. Texas Free stepping back onto the track. The riders remounting in back of the gate at the 6 furlong start as Texas Free with new pilot Mitchell Murrell. Texas Free making his way back toward the start. Texas Free in back of the gate now joins the rest of the cast. Near the bottom of the hour, they're now going in. Joseph Romero with Infinity's Warrior. It's a late paddock shoe repair delaying the sprint. Infinity's Warrior. Orlando Mexica, Ricky Wannabe coming up. Joins Infinity's Warrior. Andres Aloa. You're Fired is in the gate. Evan Roman with Lighting Fighter. Fernando de la Cruz with Cowboy Justice to post 4. Texas Free. It was a late jockey change to Mitchell Murrill, delaying the sprint even more. Just a couple in the back. Joe Ramos with Dowie. You're Fired's in line. Now Dowie at 6 furlongs. One more. Simmer Bermudez with Slink. All races today on the main track. Main track fast. They're in the gate. Away and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Infinity's Warrior. That late paddock shoe repair was slow to go. Lighting Fighter broke fast. You're Fired showing speed, and Texas Free in the maroon cap is right there with a bid as they make this dash toward the half-mile pole. Ricky Wannabe is running in 4th, 3/4 length to Dowie in 5th. Slink on the far outside with Cowboy Justice, and slow starting. Infinity's Warrior trails here in the Thursday opener. They make their way toward the far turn. Lighting Fighter just leads Texas Free. The opening quarter whizzed past in 21.70 seconds as they round the far turn. Here's Texas Free for Mitchell Murrill. Texas Free has taken the top. Your Fire comes up on the outside. Lighting Fighter had that speed and is now running in 3rd, coming toward the top of the stretch. Then Dowie toward the inside, vying for 4th with Slink. Ricky Wannabe tips to an outside path. Infinity's Warrior, Cowboy Justice is last. Into the stretch, half mile, 44.58 seconds with the rail. It's Texas Free. You're Fired, gamely on the outside as 3 lengths to raise and a 16 to do so. With Mitchell Murrill, Texas Free is finding past the 16th. You're Fired, second best. They're close to home. Texas Free. Texas Free gets the result by 3. You're Fired was second. Lighting Fighter third, then Dowie and Slink. $110.25. After the non-winners of 2 was said and done, $110.25, 5-8, and then a show photo. 5 Texas Free. At 8-5 was first. 8 You're Fired. At 7-1 was the runner-up. Stand by for the 3rd and 4th from the judges. Lighting Fighter, the gray, was 5-1. 7 Dowie at 7-2. Stand by for the judges' confirmation. Well, Mitchell Murrill picked up the late call. Brandy Klopp, Space Stable. First run of 2025. Texas Free at 8-5. Obliges. And the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, the 5, Texas Free with Mitchell Burrell. Texas Free is a 4-year-old big gelding by Texas Red. And a Not Free by Zavada. Postword for Roger Species, Species Stable LLC, and Brandy Club. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Texas Free kicks off his 4-year-old campaign with the victory. Race 1 official. First results in. 5-8 exacta, returned $37 even. 50-cent trifecta, 5-8-3, $39.50, with Dowie fourth. The 10-cent superfecta, 5-8-3-7, paid $37.04. In the sprint, the 6 was a non-runner. Favorite first, 8 ran, fast track, 110.25. Second race sprint, no changes, all 6 run. Race 2 with exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, pick 3 starts at the dollar, pick 4. All main track hard, post time revised. 17 minutes away at 2:51 in all cases. Please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in a moment, our first race replay of the sprint. Hope you had a bet on Texas Free. Weighing in, running at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Infinity's Warrior. That late paddock shoe repair was slow to go. Lighting Fighter broke fast. You're Fired showing speed, and Texas Free in the maroon cap is right there with a bid as they make this dash toward the half-mile pole. Ricky Wannabe is running in fourth, 3/4 length to Dowie in fifth. Slink on the far outside with Cowboy Justice, and slow starting. Infinity's Warrior trails here in the Thursday opener. They make their way toward the far turn. Lighting Fighter just leads Texas Free. The opening quarter whizzed past in 21.70 seconds as they round the far turn. Here's Texas Free for Mitchell Murrell. Texas Free has taken the top. Your Fire comes up on the outside. Lighting Fighter had that speed and is now running in third, coming toward the top of the stretch. Then Dowie toward the inside, vying for fourth with Slink. Ricky Wannabe tips to an outside path. Infinity's Warrior, Cowboy Justice is last. Into the stretch, half mile, 44.58 seconds with the rail. It's Texas Free. You're Fired, gamely on the outside as 3 lengths to raise and a 16 to do so. With Mitchell Murrell, Texas Free is finding past the 16th. You're Fired, second best. They're close to home. Texas Free. Texas Free gets the result by 3. You're Fired was second. Lighting Fighter third, then Dowie and Slink. Weighing in, running at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Infinity.
Randy Klopp stays on his hot streak. He had himself an excellent day yesterday, and he picks up right where he left off. Mitchell Murrow answers the bell and comes home an easy winner. Texas Free kicks off the card in race number 1, and they'll have an opportunity to win yet again in this race, I do believe. Or no, excuse me, I must be thinking of another race, but certainly wish them the best of luck every time they go to the racetrack. We kick off the $1 minimum pick 4 in here. 15% takeout, the lowest takeout you will find on a pick 4 in the entire country. 6 furlongs going to be the distance. A very talented group. It is a small group, a field of 6. However, it is a talented one. Short on numbers, but long on talent. This could be a stakes race many days here at Horseshoe Indy, if not around the country. 8 minutes away, but we better get started. I'm going to look to Work It Windy for Bob Dobbs and Randy Prescott. And if you have nice horses ready to rock and roll, the layoff is not a concern. We saw that with Texas Free in the opener, and it could be the case again with Work It Windy. A 3-time winner from 7 starts. Randy Prescott has been aboard each and every one with the exception of the debuts. So as they team up, the jockey and horse, they are 3-4-6 lifetime with their success. The 4-year-old filly happens to love the veteran Hall of Fame rider Rodney Prescott in the saddle. Usually gets heavily back. Now, currently 3-1 on the board as Ace Reporter has taken a lot of the love, but this is a horse who actually has gone off favored in each and every start. So while we may be looking at 3-1 right now, I think Work It Windy is going to take a ton of love as they get closer to the gate. Certainly looks picture perfect down here in the walking ring, and we'll see if she can get her 4th victory in her 8th start and kick off her 4-year-old campaign in a winning manner, and I'm hopeful that she can. She can go to the lead or sit just off of it. I think she's going to be much better sprinting than she is 2 turns. I know she had a little bit of a tough time staying on in the Lady Foghorn. It was a $200,000 race, but sprinting is probably what she wants to do at this point in her career. We'll see if she doesn't go off favored for the first time in her career, because this girl has taken a ton of love. Ace Reporter, the 5-year-old mare, has 6 victories to her name, and she looks to be an excellent claim for $12,500 last year late in the season. November 6th, they picked her up off of a 2nd place finish, and since then she's run 4th and 2nd. I think there's still plenty of tread on those tires. She looks for her first win of the meet. She showed a ton of good speed. In fact, she was maybe the most impressive that day. Caddy Flatter, the classy mare, did get the job done. She was a beneficiary of a perfect trip. Ace Reporter was doubted by many, including yours truly, went off at 22-1, and she probably ran the biggest race in that effort. The kid Pataki was in there. That 3rd place runner has come back to win. Showed good speed on the inside in an uncomfortable post position in a big field off of a layoff, and she was as game as they come, and she was well clear of the 3rd place runner who did come back to win. Ace Reporter is the horse to beat, but maybe not the horse to bet in here. Plenty of value coming from Progeny, Gennaro Garcia and Luis Contreras, a 4-year-old filly. Southwest Racing Stables. If there is a rider change, I'm not aware of it at this point. For Luis Contreras, he was off late at the gate in race number 1. We'll see if things are A-okay with him, but if there is a rider change, I'm sure Mr. Dooley will give you the announcement. Over $145,000 in earnings for this 4-year-old filly, and this is what Gennaro Garcia does. He does an excellent job picking out horses at other circuits and bringing them to Horseshoe Indianapolis and turning them into a personal ATM for he and his clients. A $50,000 claim, however, since then, has not finished better than 6th. Now comes to Horseshoe Indianapolis and maintains that safety barrier where they are not in for a tag. Progeny has plenty of upside. The 2 and the 5 are going to take a ton of love and a ton of action. Progeny may be the biggest beneficiary of them all. A small but talented field kick off the $1 minimum pick 4. That pick 4 has been paying great each and every day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. In fact, it's almost been paying just as well as that pick 5. I recommend diving into both pick 4 and pick 5. It'll be a game changer for your handle. You got to take advantage of those low takeout opportunities, and we've got a couple of them coming at you 4 minutes from now.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, we do have some late jockey changes to announce here on the all-main track card. Upcoming sprint in race 2, number 3, Progeny, will now be ridden by Evan Roman. Late jockey change. Evan Roman on 3 Progeny in the second race sprint. Turning for a moment to the 4th race in your program. That main track maiden. In the 4th race, number 9, Dreaming Bonita. Now make the jockey Sammy Ramirez. In the 4th, number 9, first-time starter, Dreaming Bonita, will be ridden by Sammy Ramirez in the maiden juvenile filly sprint fast track. And in the 5th, number 1, Oh So Fancy, a jockey change to Santo Sanjor being announced for the first time. Race 5, Santo Sanjor on number 1, Oh So Fancy. Just a note in the 6th race, number 1, Just Be Quiet, a jockey change to be announced for number 1, Just Be Quiet in race 6. That's off the turf. And in the 7th race, maiden sprint, number 6, Ease My Mind, a jockey change to be announced for number 6, Ease My Mind, that in race 7. Fillies Mare stepping onto the track for the second race sprint at 6 furlongs, a field of 6. Once again, that late jockey change for number 3, Progeny, to Evan Roman. Evan Roman on 3, the 3-time winner, Progeny. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 starts at the $1 early pick 4. All main track card, main track fast. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Ray Kuick. Army Girl. Brittany Truxtell claims the 10-pound apprentice allowance with a career win. Now ace reporter Mitch Murrell riding for a double. Texas Free won the first. Evan Roman with Progeny joins ace reporter and Army Girl. Alberto Burgos. Partners Eyeshadow coming up. Ace Reporter 6-5 favorite. 7-5 Work It Wendy. There's 9-1 Wonder of You. 12-1 Eyeshadow. Couple them back. Rodney Prescott with Work It Wendy. One more. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Wonder of You, making her first run since Churchill Downs Spring 2024. Second of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. And they're off. Eyeshadow dashes away. Work It Wendy with Wonder of You on the far outside. And here's Ace Reporter showing her speed, but it's Eyeshadow. With Alberto Burgos, Eyeshadow has the 4-year-old speed to lead. Work It Wendy making her 4-year-old seasonal bow. She's right there close in tow. It's Eyeshadow, Work It Wendy. 1-2 going past the half-mile pole. Wonder of You on the white cap. Then toward the inside, Ace Reporter just held up there. The trailers are toward the inside, Army Girl and posted wide Progeny. The opening quarter, 21.73 seconds. They roll to 3 furlongs from home. It's Eyeshadow with Work It Wendy. Wonder of You's in the 3-path. And Army Girl looking to gain toward the inside parts of the track. Progeny and the red cap is picking up. Progeny looking to circle them all. Army Girl is now second to last and Ace Reporter trails. These fillies mares head for home. It's a toss-up. Half mile, 45.12 seconds. Work It Wendy has a gray head in front. Eyeshadow tries to kick with her. It is Progeny charging hard on the outside as they come inside the final 16th. Wonder of You is in 4th. They're close to home. Here's Progeny for Evan Roman. Progeny and to the inside, Work It Wendy. Progeny got her. Progeny prevails over Work It Wendy. Wonder of You third and Eyeshadow finished fourth. One 10.45 seconds after the Phillies mare sprint. 110.45. It was 9-2 on 3 Progeny. Evan Roman picks it up for Gennaro Garcia, the Golden Sense filly at 9-2 to start the early pick 4 off. Three, 5, 6, 4 after the running of race 2. 3 Progeny. 9-2 confirmed first by the judges. 5 Work It Wendy, making her 4-year-old seasonal bow. At 8-5 was tracked down. The 6, Wonder of You, 7 to 1/3, and 4, Eyeshadow, 12 to 1/4. 3-5, 6-4. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, race 2 official 3, Progeny with Evan Roman. Progeny is a 4-year-old bay filly by Golden Sense out of the AP Indy mare Cabbage Key. The now 4-time winner, racing for William J. Wargel and trainer Genaro Garcia's Southwest Racing Stables Incorporated. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the fillies mare's sprint winner, Progeny. 3-5 exacta paid $34.20. 50-cent trifecta, 3-5-6, $39.55. 5 and 3 in the opening double, combining Texas Free with Progeny, $42.60. With Eyeshadow fourth, the 10-cent superfecta, 3-5-6-4 paid $43.12. All 6 ran 110.45 seconds. 18 minutes away from the third. In the maiden, no scratches, number 4, Arthur Jr. That jockey change announced earlier on the card. Joe Ramos had a riding double here on Caesar's Day. Joe Ramos will ride number 4, Arthur Jr. Exacta trifecta superfecta, double pick 3, post time 3:20. And they're off. Eyeshadow dashes away. Work It Wendy with Wonder of You on the far outside. And here's Ace Reporter showing her speed, but it's Eyeshadow. With Alberto Burgos, Eyeshadow has the 4-year-old speed to lead. Work It Wendy making her 4-year-old seasonal bow. She's right there close in tow. It's Eyeshadow. Work It Wendy. 1-2 going past the half-mile pole. Wonder of You on the white cap. Then toward the inside, Ace Reporter just held up there. The trailers are toward the inside, Army Girl and posted wide Progeny. The opening quarter, 21.73 seconds. They roll to 3 furlongs from home. It's Eyeshadow with Work It Wendy. Wonder of You in the 3-path. And Army Girl looking to gain toward the inside parts of the track. Progeny and the red cap is picking up. Progeny looking to circle them all. Army Girl is now second to last, and Ace Reporter trails. These fillies mares head for home. It's a toss-up. Half mile, 45.12 seconds. Work It Wendy has a gray head in front. Eyeshadow tries to kick with her. It is Progeny charging hard on the outside as they come inside the final 16th. Wonder of You is in fourth. They're close to home. Here's Progeny for Evan Roman. Progeny and to the inside, Work It Wendy. Progeny got her. Progeny prevails over Work It Wendy. Wonder of You third, and Eyeshadow finished. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, we have a couple of more jockey changes to announce on the card today. Turning to the 6th race, that one taken off the turf course here today, all main track card fast. Race 6 at 1 mile and 70 yards. Here's a jockey change. Number 1, Just Be Quiet, will now be ridden by Sammy Bermudez. That jockey change just into us. Sammy Bermudez on 1, Just Be Quiet, race 6 on a fast main track. And turning to the 7th race, and that maiden sprint, number 6, Ease My Mind, will be ridden by Joe Ramos. Will partner the 3-race maiden. Race 7 to 6, Ease My Mind, make the rider Joe Ramos.
That's what he does. Gennaro Garcia claims elsewhere off another circuit, brings him to Horseshoe Indianapolis, and a tough loss for those who backed Work It Windy at 8-5. You don't get that horse very often. But 9-2 returns the victor for Gennaro Garcia. $50,000 claim, hadn't finished better than 6, but returns to a place he's called home for a while now and returns right to the winner's circle. We'll kick off a rolling pick 3, superfectas, trifectas, and daily doubles as we stretch out to 1 mile and 70 yards for the first time of the day. No scratches, no changes in the upcoming third race, 10 minutes from now. 7 of them will battle it out, and I'm going to try and beat the favorite in here. I thought Winning Campaign would likely go off favored in lukewarm fashion right now. The 7's taking a lot of action, but what about post-game? Peter Urton and Marcelino Pedroza Jr. I think it's fake news that this horse is 4-1 on the board. Projections indicate this horse is going to be right around that morning line, a pretty good morning line set. Projections have this one at 10-1. And what if post games just wanted to go 2 turns all along? I'm still confident that this $500,000 Keeneland sales grad will get to the winner's circle at some point, being by champion Nyquist out of Heavenly View. I thought has looked plenty fit in the mornings over at Keeneland. And CRK Stable remains confident despite changing from John Sheriffs to Peter Urton, and the Urton gang winning at 25% here locally. This is a horse that if you watch that replay, you're not going to see a lot that you like, frankly, and has been the beaten favorite in 2 starts in a row. Sprint 5.5 furlongs, was all in early, couldn't stay on, really never involved. But what I do like is a high-end rider like Marcelino Pedroza Jr., despite being beaten by 7 lengths as 3-5 favorite. He sticks around. Second time over the track, second time off the layoff, second time for Peter Urton, second time Marcelino Pedroza Jr., and first time going a distance that this one could prefer based on breeding, and I am hopeful that we will get some decent value when it's all said and done, and that morning line of 12-1 is likely accurate. 4-1 right now on the board because a lot of the money has come in on OXOs anew. Something that's not new is an OXO equine animal taking a ton of money. And they've done very well here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. OXO has been dominant from an ownership standpoint. Alex Ashard sees fit for his 9th mount of the season. He's winning at 13%. Bill Walden sends this one out, the 3-0 Colt by Instilled Regard. Debuted at Churchill for Paulo Lobo, a 6th place finish, and lost to champion Patch Adams, who has come back to win on Kentucky Derby Day. Then they tried going long on the turf. They'll try routing on the dirt in here. Turf to dirt in play. Second start off the layoff. Second time going for Bill Walden. You see the pattern in where my handicapping is going, and bettors have seen it as well. 5-2 right now, currently favored, and I think that favoritism is here to stick right now. Projections 2-1 is accurate, and there's a lot to like about a trainer who simply knows his way to the winner's circle. 5-2 right now on a new, but So Sandy has been impressive in the mornings. This is a horse who had been working consistently both at the fairgrounds as well as Churchill Downs. Cherie DeVoe wins races. Jose Ortiz has plenty of mounts over at Churchill Downs, so he's a little bit busy to take the call on So Sandy. So Axel Concepcion decides to come over in here, a horse who's been well handled, $535,000 Keeneland sale grad as well by Omaha Beach. Didn't show much at early on in the 2-year-old career after the layoff. Got a little bit of improvement at the fairgrounds, and I think just an improving sort. Sometimes horses aren't always ready to figure things out, whether it's something physical or something mental. They get better with age. I like that they've been patient, and they continue to stay at the maiden special weight level, has been training very well over at Churchill Downs, and there's no doubt about it, just getting a little bit of class relief as well. Look at those purse options for So Sandy, $122,000 purse over at Churchill Downs and $60,000 purses at the fairgrounds. Today they will run for a generous purse of just under $45,000. So class relief in play despite still being at the maiden special weight level on So Sandy. 6, 7, and 3, a talented group of 3-year-old boys all looking to get their first career victory. We'll find out who it is 5 minutes from now.
Horses coming onto the track now for the third race. This maiden over the 1 mile and 70 yards, a field of 7 for Arthur Jr. The jockey there, Joe Ramos, on for Arthur Jr. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the maiden, Fernando de la Cruz with Winning Campaign. Now limited edition, Evan Roman riding for a double. Texas Free and Progeny, our first 2 sprint winners. Joe Ramos, Arthur Jr. in the light blue. Sando Sanjor, legend of Bobby C. Axel Concepcion with So Sandy. Couple them back, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Post Game at 1 mile and 70 yards. One more, Alex Ajard with a new 3-2 favorite. They're in the gate. They're off. Post game broke outward. Anu was hampered. Arthur Jr. sharply away. To the inside is So Sandy, winning campaign in the maroon with gold epaulets with the rail. And post game after that start improves position on the outside as they make their way into the first turn. It's So Sandy. So Sandy is vying for the early lead with Arthur Jr. Post game is the 3-path and winning campaign at ground saving fourth at the 6.5. It's a break of a length and a half. Limited edition of the Godolphin Blue is in between horses, joined out wide by Legend of Bobby C. and Anu with the rail. The opening quarter, 24.20 seconds. Going up the back of the track, it's Arthur Jr. Narrowly for Joe Ramos. So Sandy right there, maxing strides for Axel Concepcion. It's a break of 2 more to post game, tracking them from third. Winning campaign is running in fourth. And then comes Anu with Legend of Bobby C. and Limited Edition. They go past the half-mile pole. So Sandy and Arthur Jr. Head-to-head, half-mile battle through in 47.83 seconds. Post-game third with 3 furlongs to go. Then winning campaign with Limited Edition, Legend of Bobby C. and Alex Achard looking for Anu to pick up. Inside 3 to go. It's Arthur Jr. and So Sandy. They continue to vie for the lead coming toward the quarter pole, and post-game is a close third. Then winning campaign on the outside. Limited Edition, Legend of Bobby C. and Anu is last. They straighten up after 3 quarters in 1 minute 11.93 seconds, just outside the furlong grounds. Arthur Jr. and So Sandy. So Sandy sticks that neck out for Axel Concepcion, the son of Omaha Beach. So Sandy is finding past the 16th. Repels Arthur Jr. Post-game third, Limited Edition fourth. So Sandy out to the maiden 3-year-old ranks by 4. Arthur Jr. was second, post-game third, and Limited Edition back and forth. $141.44 after the maiden. Hold all tickets. 3462 unofficial inquiry posted. Undoubtedly into the start. 3462. Inquiry 3 So Sandy. 4-1 first for Arthur Jr. 9-1 on the runner-up. 6 post game at 8-1 the unofficial third. 2 Limited Edition 4-1 fourth. Stewards Inquiry. They'll be taking a look at the start of the maiden at 1 mile and 70 yards. Unofficial, 3462, hold all. The Stewards Inquiry was into the start, and they've made no changes to the running order. Inquiry into the start to the maiden has been withdrawn. The winning groom leading into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 3, So Sandy with Axel Concepcion. So Sandy is a 3-year-old bay colt by Omaha Beach. It is So Fancy by Tappet, owned by Roy Jackson's Lyell Stables, trained by Cherie DeVoe, assisted here at the shoe by David Carroll. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of So Sandy. There was an inquiry into the start of the maiden. That withdrawn, and race 3 is official. 3-4 exacta paid $89.80. The 50-cent trifecta, 3-4-6, $213.20. 3-3 double, looking up progeny was So Sandy, $72.80. 10-cent superfecta paid $145.87. Limited edition 4th. First pick 3 on the card. 5 and/or 6 with 3 with the 3. So Sandy, $64.05. 7 ran, 141.44 after the running of race 3. In the 4th, taken off the turf course, all main track card. Fast, maiden juvenile at 5 furlongs. Scratch 1, Emily's Joy. 5, Let's Go. 6, Clowning Around, and the 10, Nanina. There'll be no Horseshoe Hat Trick all turf pick 3. All main track card, no Horseshoe Hat Trick all turf pick 3. Scratch 1, 5, 6, and 10. 9, Dreaming Bonita. There was that jockey change made to Sammy Bermudez. Sammy Bermudez on 9, Dreaming Bonita. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double. The maiden juvenile filly sprint starts another 50-cent rolling pick 3 off. Starts at the 50-cent late pick 5. 3:50 post time. That's 18 minutes away. Thereof. Post-game broke outward. Anu was hampered. Arthur Jr. sharply away. To the inside is So Sandy, winning campaign in the maroon with gold epaulets with the rail. And post-game after that start improves position on the outside as they make their way into the first turn. It's So Sandy. So Sandy is vying for the early lead with Arthur Jr. Post-game is the 3 path and winning campaign at ground saving 4th at the 6.5. It's a break of a length and a half. Limited edition of the Godolphin Blue is in between horses, joined out wide by Legend of Bobby C and Anu with the rail. The opening quarter, 24.20 seconds. Going up the back of the track, it's Arthur Jr. Narrowly for Joe Ramos. So Sandy right there, maxing strides for Axel Concepcion. To break it 2 more to post-game, tracking them from 3rd. Winning campaign is running in 4th. And then comes Anu with Legend of Bobby C and Limited Edition. They go past the half-mile pole. So Sandy and Arthur Jr. Head-to-head, half-mile battle through in 47.83 seconds. Post-game 3rd with 3 furlongs to go. Then winning campaign with Limited Edition, Legend of Bobby C and Alex Achard looking for Anu to pick up. Inside 3 to go. It's Arthur Jr. and So Sandy. They continue to vie for the lead coming toward the quarter pole, and post-game is a close 3rd. Then winning campaign on the outside, Limited Edition, Legend of Bobby C and Anu is last. They straighten up after 3 quarters in 1 minute 11.93 seconds, just outside the furlong grounds. Arthur Jr. and So Sandy. So Sandy sticks that neck out for Axel Concepcion, the son of Omaha Beach. So Sandy is finding past the 16th. Repels Arthur Jr. Post-game 3rd, Limited Edition 4th. So Sandy out to the maiden 3-year-old ranks by 4. Arthur Jr. was 2nd, post-game 3rd, and Limited Edition back in 4th.
We are 10 minutes to race 4 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and this race was slated for 5/8 on the grass. We're going to go 5/8 on the main. The 1, 5, 6, and 10 are out of this race. The 6 is the morning my favorite. Changes the landscape of the race a little bit. It's kind of hard to tell who's going to run well on the surface or not, but I went with the 8. The 8 is 2-1 right now on the tote board. 3 sitting at 4-5. Dreaming Why. Ramos coming off of a double yesterday, and he's riding here for Joe Davis. This is a first-time starter. 2-year-old filly by Upstart. Why is the dam? The gate works jumped off at me. They were a while ago. Also, I wasn't sure how it was going to be today, so the wet fast breeze also came off the page at me. Just think this horse has been working well, and honestly, Ramos is just in fuego right now. Let's go to the 3, who is the heavy 4-5 favorite, Sweet Espresso. This is another one that I saw. Oh wow, you never know with the weather or how much it's gonna retain. And last night when I was handicapping this, I thought, being on in a couple of races where this filly really has gotten into some trouble, kind of missed the break in her 1, got way out in the second race she had at Keeneland on the slop. Plus, I thought, what a contrast to her first 2 races. She gets in here on a fast track on a gorgeous warm day like this. I just think the improvement is going to be legendary here. But with babies, 2-year-olds, and first-time starters, you never know what's going to happen. Fireworks is what I call it. But this is a 2-year-old filly by West Coast. Boomtown Sally is the dam. Twin Oaks owns her, and Santos Sanger in the irons. When Santos on a live horse, he really rides well. And then I'm going to go. That was the 4. Dang it. I was just talking about the 4, you guys. The even money favorite is the 3. I'm sorry, I put it in the wrong order. Super Pachi. But yeah, we're looking at the 4 now, and that's the one that had the couple of off track. The drop in class I didn't mention on both the 3 and the 4. The bullet work on the 3. I just think between the 3, the 4, and the 8, it's going to be interesting. The 4, though, 13-1 sitting on the board right now. It's just insane. But yeah, a 2-year-old baby race with a couple of horses that are dropping down on the outside. And then, yeah, I went with what is now 8-5 on the tote board. Dreamin' Why, Ramos aboard for Joe Davis. Do want to mention that Louis out, so we do have a late jockey change in this race, and that is Sammy Bermudez. Sammy Bermudez will ride the 9. Good luck.
Stepping onto the track now for the fourth race. Maiden Juvenile fillies sprint over the 5 furlongs, main track fast. Scratch 1 Emily's Joy, 5 Let's Go, 6 Clowning Around, and the 10 Nanina. Scratch 1 5, 6 10, 9 Dreaming Bonita, Sammy Bermudez on 9 Dreaming Bonita. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Double, Pick 3, starts at the 50-cent late Pick 5. Noting this taken off the turf course, no Horseshoe Hat-Trick All-Turf Pick 3 today, no All-Turf Pick 3. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going to the 5 furlong main track start for the maiden. Last call for the 50-cent late Pick 5. Fast track, nearing the gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Going in, Carlos Barbosa with Midnight Eve. Herbau at Keeneland Spring. Now Tiago Canuto with Super Pachi. Super Pachi's joined Midnight Eve. Santo Sanjor with Twice Started. Sweet Espresso. So Sweet Espresso like Super Pachi and Midnight Eve. All with Keeneland starts. Now Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Mescool. A couple of newcomers back. Joe Ramos with Dreaming Why. This is the first of 3 today taken off the turf course. Main track hard fast, so stand by. One more, Simmer Bermudez with Dreaming Bonita, like Dreaming Why. Both first-time starters for Joe Davis and Sazares Racing Stables. All in line. They're off, racing 5 furlongs. Super Pachi dashes away. Mescool showing speed. Midnight Eve in the black silks. Right there is Sweet Espresso in between fillies as they make this dash toward the far turn. Dreaming Bonita and the red cap. Dreaming Why. Sweet Espresso has dropped back and Midnight Eve trails as they round the far turn. And here's Dreaming Bonita. So as Simber Bermudez, Dreaming Bonita is taking a slim lead from Super Pachi, who's matching strides toward the inside for Tiago Canuto, and they take this battle toward the quarter pole. Dreaming Why is a close third as these maiden juvenile fillies straighten away. Then farther back to Mescool with Sweet Espresso, and Midnight Eve is last. Heads are turned for home. Super Pachi with Dreaming Bonita with Dreaming Why. Charging on the outside, 1 furlong to go. Here's Dreaming Why, Super Pachi, and in between horses, Dreaming Bonita. It's Dreaming Why, Super Pachi, and Dreaming Bonita, Super Pachi, Dreaming Why. Who will it be? Dreaming Why. For Joe Ramos over Dreaming Bonita, the Joe Davis Sazares. 1-2. Super Pachi finished third. One minute, 65 seconds after the maiden juvenile fillies dash. Photo finish. 3-2 on Dreaming Why. Upstart filly. Joe Davis stablemate Dreaming Bonita. Super Pachi third close up. We're standing by for the judges' confirmation. 1 minute, 65. Joe Ramos for Joe Davis Sazares Racing Stables. Dreaming Why was 3-2. Eight, 9-3 confirmed from the judges, and 4 Sweet Espresso back and forth. 8-9-3-4. Hold all tickets until official. The fourth race, maiden juvenile fillies sprint official. couple of first-time starters for trainer Joe Davis and the Cesares. And the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the Victory to 8, Dreaming Y with Joe Ramos. This newcomer, Dreaming Y, is a 2-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Upstart. Out of Y Lucy Y by YYY. Joe Davis trains for Rene Cesares Racing Stables LLC. Dreaming Bonita for the Exacta. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Dreaming Y. $8.9 Exacta for Joe Davis and the Cesares, $18.60. 50-cent pick 3 paid $48.10. The 50-cent trifecta, 893, $10.20. 3-8 double, $31.40, and the 10-cent superfecta, 8934 paid $7.12. 6 ran, maiden juvenile fillies dash, 1 minute, 0.65 seconds, fast track. 20 minutes away from race 5, next on the docket, maiden fillies mare sprint. Scratch 10, Pink Picture. 14 Cloudy Star, 15 Gold Delight, and 16 No Self-Control. 13 Quibble draws in. Quibble the 13 runs. Scratch 10, 14, 15, and number 16. A couple of jockey changes. The 1 Oh So Fancy to Santo Sanjor. On 1 Oh So Fancy, 8 Ad Literam. The jockey Andres Calleja on 8 Ad Literam. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, double pick 3 starts with the $1 late pick 4. Presented by Itoba. Post time 421. All in line. They're off, racing 5 furlongs. Super Pachi dashes away. Mescool showing speed. Midnight Eve in the black silks. Right there is Sweet Espresso in between fillies as they make this dash toward the far turn. Dreaming Bonita and the red cap, Dreaming Y. Sweet Espresso has dropped back and Midnight Eve trails as they round the far turn. And here's Dreaming Bonita. So as Simber Bermudez, Dreaming Bonita is taking a slim lead from Super Pachi, who's matching strides toward the inside for Tiago Canuto, and they take this battle toward the quarter pole. Dreaming Y is a close third as these maiden juvenile fillies straighten away. Then farther back to Mescool with Sweet Espresso, and Midnight Eve is last. Heads are turned for home. Super Pachi with Dreaming Bonita with Dreaming Y. Charging on the outside, 1 furlong to go. Here's Dreaming Y, Super Pachi, and in between horses, Dreaming Bonita. It's Dreaming Y, Super Pachi, and Dreaming Bonita, Super Pachi, Dreaming Y. Who will it be? Dreaming Y. For Joe Ramos over Dreaming Bonita, the Joe Davis Cesares. 1 all in line. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, there's a late scratch here from the 5th race maiden filly sprint, number 11. Fancy Is My Name has now been scratched. All wagers on 11, Fancy Is My Name refunds. There will be an 8-11 consolation double. 8-11 consolation double. Those using 11, Fancy Is My Name, a late scratch in multi-race wagers. You'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in any multi-race wagers. Scratch number 11, Fancy Is My Name, late scratch.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Three 2-year-olds across the wire in race number 4. What an exciting 2-year-old race we had to kick off that late Fire 5. But speaking of kicking things off, we do begin anew with the Itoba pick 4 if you're still alive in that early pick 5 or early pick 4. Certainly wish you the best of luck on cashing. Do note the 11 was a late scratch, and the 11 an addition to scratches 10, 14, 15, and 16. Fancy is my name, a late scratch out of the 11th. If you had that one on your tickets, you'll now have the post-time favorite. However, you can't have that one on your tickets for this Itoba pick 4. But again, we've got 3-year-old fillies all looking for their first career victory. 6 furlongs going to be the distance in here. And I think I've got a little bit of value in Ad Liram. Kalea going to take over for Yamari Correa as Karamori sends out this 3-year-old Jimmy Creed filly who drew 6,000 at the Keeneland sale back in 2022. They've been very patient with the yearling as she debuted here April 30th, and I thought she ran incredibly well. Fat Chance was well backed and bet down heavily that day, and Ad Liram ran very well and almost nailed the well-backed firster at first asking. Got 9-1 that day, and it looks like we might get that price again today. Not taking much action in here. 9-1 on the board as well. Has tactical speed, doesn't need the lead or didn't need the lead on debut. Broke from the very outside, will break near the outside again today, and should be running on late. And that's a challenging thing for lightly raced horses or younger horses. They don't always know how to pass, and Ad Liram has proven that she's willing to do so. But Jordan's Deal is hoping to avoid being passed. On paper, looks like Jordan's Deal has one way to go. This 3-year-old filly wants to play catch me if you can. She wants to break alertly, go right to the lead, and see if she can last. She was bet down to favoritism here on April 24th, all the way down to 6-5. She showed speed. She was joined at the 8th pole, and she didn't show much fight once headed. However, she is incredibly quick. She went 22-1, sub 46, and for a 3-year-old filly early on in April, that is very impressive. She's been quick in both career starts. She does draw a bigger field in here. There will be 11 going to the starting gate, and so someone else might show speed, but she's been quick enough to not only clear off but sustain being clear into the turn in both of her career races. Mitchell Merle, already a winner on the day. He looks for another one in here with the good-looking Jordan's Deal. The blinkers do come off. Maybe she'll relax a little bit on that front end, and who knows, maybe she'll fight on once she's headed today. If she's headed, she's currently your favorite and the horse to catch to cash. The 13 is Quibble. Michael Lauer has a affinity for bringing in long shots. He's done so multiple times so far on this meet. Both winners have been, big prices. 0 for 3 on Quibble so far. Second start off the layoff. Another horse who has come from out of the pack, actually exits the same race as the top selection in here. Second start off the layoff. Hasn't been seen since April 30th. Comes back on 2 weeks rest. Should be tighter. Should be fit. Does have a bit of a problem and a tendency that's becoming a concern is missing the break. On debut, missed the break by many lengths, then was slow away again. Last race broke 10th out of 11 horses, only to rally beating 2.5 lengths. We'll need to figure out the starting gate if she wants to be considered a winner. Do get the 5-pound weight allowance, but if she's there with a cleaner break today and maybe the outside post will help her versus the inside, which is where she was at last time, she's certainly in with a big chance at 9-1 and would be an excellent start to kicking off your Itoba pick 4. $1 minimum, 15% takeout, 6 minutes away from the Itoba pick 4. You can't win it if you're not in it, so good luck.
The horses called posted now for the 5th race. This maiden filly sprint at 6 furlongs, a field of 11. Scratch 10, Pink Picture. 11, Fancy As My Name was a late scratch. Take out 14, Cloudy Star. 15, Gold Delight, and 16, No Self-Control. Scratch 10, 11, 14, 15, and number 16. Couple of rider changes. 1, Oh So Fancy, Santo Sanjor on 1, Oh So Fancy. 8, Ad Literam, Andres Calleja on 8, Ad Literam. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, Double Pick 3. Start of the $1 Late Pick 4 presented by Itoba. All main track hard, main track fast, and nearing post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Air Horse 1 drone view arriving at the gate. It is now post time. Loading Santos Sanjor with Oh So Fancy. Evan Roman, Katrina Partner. First two maidens in line. Sierra Bermudez with July 4. Orlando Mexica Partners, Bits of Candy coming up. Rodney Prescott with Be on the Loose, given a 15-1 chance. Andres Callejo with And Literam. Andres Oloa with Michelin. Alberto Burgos, Temple Painter. Now Jordan's deal. Mitchell Murrell has a win on the card. A couple of them back, Fernando de la Cruz with Pay Me Later. At 6 furlongs, one more. Oscar Villarreal with Quibble. The daughter of dialed in. They're in the gate. Oh So Fancy getting fractious in the starting gate. She was first loaded. A delay here. Late scratch, number 1, Oh So Fancy, by order of the stewards, upon recommendation of the track veterinarian at the 6 furlong start. 1, Oh So Fancy now scratched from the maiden filly sprint. All wagers here on 1, Oh So Fancy, refunds. 8 and 1 will be a consolation double. 8-1 consolation double. And again, if you had 1, Oh So Fancy in a multi-race wager, you'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in any multi-race wagers. Scratch the 1, Oh So Fancy. Reloading for this maiden Phillies sprint, July 4, the first Philly back into the starting gate and joined by Katrina Partner. Bits of Candy going back into the gate. Be on the loose. Michelin coming back up to reload. Andres Calleja with and Litteram. Alberto Burgos with Temple Painter. 6-5 on Temple Painter. So from this maiden Philly sprint, both the 1-0 So Fancy and 11 Fancy Is My Name, they were late scratches. Refunds on numbers 1 and 11, they're the non-runners. Late scratches both. Again, Jordan Steele going back into the gate. Mitchell Murrell won the first of the day. Pay Me Later, one more. Again, Oscar Villarreal with Quibble. So stand by. The flag is up. All in line. And they're off. Jordan Steele sharply away with Temple Painter in the white cap. Be on the loose with an early bid. And right there between horses, Bits of Candy and Michelin. Also part of a scramble and back out Jordan Steele, who went to the front for Mitchell Murrell for the run to the half-mile pole. Jordan Steele flanked by Bits of Candy. Then Be on the Loose and Michelin joined third. After a sharp start, Temple Painter's back in fifth. July 4 in sixth. Katarina Partner is in seventh. And then comes Ed Litteram in eighth. Pay Me Later is a wide ninth. And Quibble trails the maiden Philly sprint as they round the far turn. 3 furlongs away. 22.04 lead seconds. And here's Bits of Candy making a bid now for Orlando Mejica coming toward the quarter pole. It's Bits of Candy. Jordan Steele will have to re-rally with Michelin running in third. Temple Painter a wide fourth. And the rest are detached. They straighten away. Bits of Candy into the stretch. Half mile in 44.05 seconds. The gray leads the way. It's Bits of Candy still staring at one more furlong as Temple Painter is getting into top gear. Here's Temple Painter for Alberto Burgos. Temple Painter's closing down Bits of Candy. Temple Painter and Bits of Candy. Temple Painter to the top. It's Temple Painter pulling away to pass Bits of Candy by 3. Quibble was third and Litteram fourth, and Pay Me Later was next. .111.19 after the maiden Phillies dash. 111.19. 9, 7, 13, 8. Stand by for the fifth. First, number 9, Temple Painter. At 6-5. First. 7 Bits of Candy. 8-1 second. Good effort. 13 Quibble. At 16-1 odds third. There's 8 and Litteram. 8-1 fourth. Pay Me Later. Michelin. Jordan Steele. The next 3 Phillies, July 4. Among those last to pull up with Be on the Loose. Katarina Partner. 6-5 favorite takes it out. Alberto Burgos for Rob Dobbs, Jim Edgar's homebred at 6-5. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner, circle the 9, Temple Painter with Alberto Burgos. Temple Painter is a 3-year-old dark bay male filly by Painter. At a Lady Temple by Temple City. Rob Dobbs Jr. trains Jim Edgar's homebred. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Temple Painter at 6-5. Out to the maiden ranks, small favored. Nine, 7, 13, 8 after the maiden filly sprint. Official. Consolation doubles to come. Late scratches 1-0 So Fancy and 11 Fancy is my name for consolation doubles. 9-7 exacta paid $41.20. 50-cent trifecta 9-7-13 $82.90. 8-9 natural double $14.20. Those 8-1, 8-11 consolation doubles both $5.20. The $1 early pick 4 returned $249.90. 50-cent early pick 5. Delhi starts on the first of the day. Pays out on 5 of 5. $602.05. And Litterom fourth in the maiden filly sprint. 10-cent superfecta. 9-7-13-8. Paid $74.62. And the pick 3 on races 3, 4, and 5 pays out for $22.70. 15 minutes to race 6. 1 of 3 taken off the turf course. Main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. And the next one, scratch the 4, Summer in Tahoe. The 7, Befriended, and the 9, Driana. 10, El Cowan, entered by Andrew McKeever as a main track only will run. El Cowan, the 10, runs on a fast track. Scratch the 4, 7, and 9. And 1, Just Be Quiet. There's that jockey change again to Sammy Bermudez. Luis Contreras taking off his mounts here today. Sammy Bermudez on 1, Just Be Quiet. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta, double pick 3, 452, the schedule posted. And they're off. Jordan's Deal sharply away with Temple Painter in the white cap. Be on the loose with an early bid, and right there between horses, Bits of Candy and Michelin, also part of a scramble, and back out Jordan's Deal, who went to the front for Mitchell Murrell for the run to the half-mile pole. Jordan's Deal flanked by Bits of Candy, then Be on the Loose and Michelin joined third. After a sharp start, Temple Painter's back in 5th. July 4 in 6th. Katarina Partner is in 7th. And then comes Ed Litterom in 8th. Pay Me Later is a wide 9th. And Quibble trails the maiden filly sprint as they round the far turn. 3 furlongs away. 22.04 lead seconds. And here's Bits of Candy making a bid now for Orlando Mejica coming toward the quarter pole. It's Bits of Candy. Jordan's Deal will have to re-rally with Michelin running in 3rd. Temple Painter a wide 4th. And the rest are detached. They straighten away, Bits of Candy into the stretch, half mile in 44.05 seconds. The gray leads the way. It's Bits of Candy still staring at 1 more furlong as Temple Painter is getting into top gear. Here's Temple Painter for Alberto Burgos. Temple Painter's closing down Bits of Candy. Temple Painter and Bits of Candy. Temple Painter to the top. It's Temple Painter pulling away to pass Bits of Candy by 3. Quibble was 3rd and Litterom 4th, and Pay Me Later was next. And they're off. Ladies and gentlemen, a late program change in race 11. That'll be the third and final trial for the Harley Green Derby today. In race 11, note the one zoom-in feature uses a flipping halter. Flipping halter for one zoom-in feature. Race 11, closing the card in Caesars Week with the third Harley Green Derby trial.
Back down here in the paddock, Shelbyville, Indiana. Race number 6 coming up. Scratch numbers 4, 7, and 9. 4, 7, and 9 are scratched because this race was originally carded for the turf course. Now, on the main track, 1.70 miles in here. 4, 7, and 9 are out of the upcoming event. And I wasn't sure who was going to go off favor, but it looks like the bettors have settled on Jay Rivers. My top selection, I happen to agree with this 4-year-old filly by Distorted Humor. Joe Ramos has been red hot here recently, looking to push his win percentage up over 20%. He's already a winner on the day. Looks to get Star Ladies Racing home a winner in here. Now, 6-5 does feel a little bit skinny. This horse has primarily been on synthetic, did debut on the main track in which they had no trouble showing speed, and the backers were out in full flight on debut. It was a 7-horse field and went off favored that day, showed speed, didn't show much finish before giving way to Venomous Vixen. Next time out, bet down to favoritism again, sat well off the pace, reversed the strategy, and went from last to first on the synthetic at Turfway Park. Third race of the career, again, last to first, bet down to favoritism. So the money has kind of signaled whether this horse is going to run big or not. When they haven't been bet, they haven't run very well. When they get bet, they run very well. And right now, the early money would at least indicate that Jay Rivers is in with a big, big chance. Does have tactical speed, unlikely to need the lead. Both career victories have come from well off the pace, but doesn't want to be too far off the pace today. And I think tactically drawn to the outside, Joe Ramos would be able to bide his time and push the button on this 4-year-old filly whenever he sees fit. The dirt is a little bit of an unknown in here. Did debut, ran a decent second, but was beaten by 11 lengths and didn't show much finish that day. But there's every reason to forgive, especially on debut going 7 furlongs. That's a tall task for anyone debuting at 7 furlongs. That can be a testing distance as well. 7-5, strictly the horse to beat and potentially the horse to bet as well, but louder than words is the local charge in here. The 6-year-old mare is a 7-time winner, and 4 of them have come here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. She loves it here locally, right here at home. The state bred goes out for Tony Granite and Michael Warren. Louder than words likes to be on the lead here recently. She has shown the ability to come from off the pace, but recently she's been a little bit more keen in her races. At least that's what she showed this winter down at Tampa, an affinity to go to the lead and try and play catch me if you can. Maybe that was rider instructions or Sammy Camacho, Meneses, wanting to go to the lead and put her in a positive spot. She has shown the ability to come from off the pace. So Marcelino Pedroza Jr., a veteran rider who's perennially near the top of our standings, likely to be able to put her wherever she wants. And I don't see a ton of speed in this race. It was originally carted to be on the turf course, now on the main track. And louder than words, she's a horse you'd love to own. I mean, she's almost made $500,000 in her career, but she's got 3 wins on the turf, 4 wins on the dirt. So she will run wherever you put her. She likes 2 turns. She likes the distance. I drew a line through that last race on opening day. It was against tough competition, and it was a distance much shorter than she prefers. There is a ton of upside with louder than words, the local Indiana bred trying to get the open company money. But how about Always Wanting? This is a horse that Michelle Elliott had to be very excited to debut. Actually debuted on Ruby Stakes Day back in 2024 and ran a huge race. In fact, should have won that race at 20-1, and my bank account would have been much better off had she held on. But Do It Diva did catch her in the final strides, but she absolutely ran a huge race that day. They went to Keeneland, and we're in a little bit deeper waters there from sprinting at Turfway to 2 turns on the turf at Keeneland. It's a little bit of a class difference in there and didn't run very well, but likes to go to the lead and can get brave on the front end. A horse who's shown talent, has made over $100,000 in her career, and this is still only a 4-year-old filly who's got conditions. She's only making start number 12. The dirt is a little bit of an unknown. Her career worst effort was on the dirt. It's likely that she wants to be on the turf course, and I'm not sure she wants to go 2 turns. There are some question marks. However, I refuse to let a horse go off at 30-1 that I know can run and certainly has some talent and tactical speed with Fernando de la Cruz aboard. However, it looks like much of that value has been sapped. 30-1, I am a huge fan of. Always Wanting at 5-1, not much of a fan at that price point. 8, 6, and 2 is the rider set to get the leg up. We are 3 minutes away from race number 6 right here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Here they come. Stepping onto the track for the sixth race. This 103 taken off the turf course, all main track card. Here at 1 mile, 70 yards, a field of 7. Scratch 4, Summer in Tahoe. 7, Befriended, and the 9, Driana. Scratch 4, 7, and number 9 from the race card. 1, Just Be Quiet, the jockey Sammy Bermudez. Rides 1, Just Be Quiet. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, the 10-cent Pentafecta, double pick 3. There's no time like now to get a bet on. Near the gate. The horses have reached the starting gate going in. Sammy Bermudez with Just Be Quiet. Fernando Little Cruz with Always Wanting. First couple of fillies in. Carlos Barbosa with Just Ruthless. Marcelino Pedroza Jr., Pilots Louder Than Words. I Hear Train A-Comin'. Alberto Burgos could claim this double. Jay Rivers, Joe Ramos has a win on the card at 1 mile 70 yards. One more, Orlando Mexico with El Cown. Runs as a main track only for Shadwell Stable and Andrew McKeever. Fast track, they're in the gate. And they're off. I Hear Train A-Comin'. Broke sharp. Always Wanting toward the inside. Now going out toward the front for Fernando de la Cruz. Always Wanting has taken the lead into the first turn from sharp starting I Hear Train A-Comin'. Louder Than Words in the 3-path. And on the outside is Jay Rivers, who's covering a lot of ground as they round the first turn. Always Wanting took the early lead. So they go to the back of the track. Always Wanting in front of I Hear Train A-Comin' at the 6.5. Nearest the inside is Just Be Quiet, is joined by, on the outside, Louder Than Words and Just Ruthless in tight quarters there between horses. The white cap of Just Ruthless. Then comes the gray El Cown, and Jay Rivers has drifted back toward last. 24.09 lead seconds for Always Wanting. So Always Wanting dictates the field at 7-1, flanked by I Hear Train A-Comin'. Then toward the inside, Just Be Quiet vying for third with Louder Than Words on the outside. They're a joint third now with 4 furlongs to go. And then Just Ruthless remains in tight quarters. Jay Rivers up one spot. El Cown trails. It's 8 lengths from tip to tail. Always Wanting, still the front runner. Clocked a half mile in 48.08 seconds. Steady as she goes. Always Wanting toward the quarter pole from I Hear Train A-Comin'. Louder Than Words is gearing up now for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Then comes Jay River with Just Ruthless to the inside. Just Be Quiet, checkbook of heels, and El Cown. As these fillies mares straighten away, Louder Than Words with a sweep. 3/4, 1 minute 11.79 seconds. Louder Than Words has taken charge. 1 furlong to go. I Hear Train A-Comin'. Always Wanting led, but folds up. Then on the outside, Just Ruthless with Jay Rivers and El Cown toward the inside. They're coming past the 16th with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Louder Than Words kept to the task. Louder Than Words wins by 2. I Hear Train A-Comin' holds second from Just Ruthless. Jay Rivers 4th, and El Cown finish 5th. $141.76 after the running of race 6. Number 6, Louder Than Words, 5-2 first. It was 47-1 on 3. I Hear Train A-Comin'. 5-1 on 5, Just Ruthless. 2-1, there's Jay Rivers. El Cown ran as a main track only in the Shadwell Stable Silks and will complete a pentafecta. 141.76. Marcelino Pedroza Jr., Tony Granitz, Mr. Speaker Mayor, now an 8-time winner. The judges have posted number 3, I Hear Train A-Comin' second, 5, Just Ruthless third, 8, Jay Rivers fourth, and 10, El Cown confirmed fifth. 6-3, 5-8-10. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 6 Louder Than Words with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Louder Than Words is a 6-year-old bay mare by Mr. Speaker. At a Line on the Edge by American Lion, the now 8-time winner. Racing for Michael J. Wern, Bob Dont, and Tony Granitz. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Louder Than Words. $6-3 exacta, paid $261.40. The 10-cent pentafecta rounded out by L. Cowan, 6-3-5-8-10, $1,458.52. Pick 3, $9.15. 50-cent trifecta, 6-3-5, $250.55. 9-6 double, $15.80. And the 10-cent superfecta, 6-3-5-8, paid $391.38. Jay Rivers ran fourth. In the Fillies mares, the 4, 7, and 9 were the non-runners. Favorite, fourth. 7 face starter Ray Kuick, 141.76. Race 7 of 11 to close out Caesars Week. Mid in sprint, scratch 5, Handsome Hannah, and 8, Dreaming Bro. Scratch 5 and 8, 6, Ease My Mind, the jockey Joe Ramos. Has a win on the card. Jockey changed Joe Ramos on 6, Ease My Mind. Exacta trifecta superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta, double pick 3. Post time, 5:22. And they're off. I hear trainer coming. Broke sharp. Always wanting toward the inside. Now going out toward the front for Fernando de la Cruz. Always wanting. Has taken the lead into the first turn from sharp starting. I hear trainer coming. Louder Than Words in the 3 path. And on the outside is Jay Rivers, who's covering a lot of ground as they round the first turn. Always wanting. Took the early lead. So they go to the back of the track. Always wanting in front of I hear trainer coming at the 6.5. Nearest the inside is Just Be Quiet, is joined by, on the outside, Louder Than Words, and Just Ruthless. In tight quarters there between horses, the white cap of Just Ruthless. Then comes the gray L. Count, and Jay Rivers has drifted back toward last. 24.09 lead seconds for Always Wanting. So Always Wanting dictates the field at 7-1, flanked by I Hear Trainer Coming. Then toward the inside, Just Be Quiet vying for third with Louder Than Words on the outside. They're joined third now with 4 furlongs to go. And then Just Ruthless remains in tight quarters. Jay Rivers up 1 spot. El Count trails. It's 8 lengths from tip to tail. Always Wanting, still the front runner. Clocked a half mile in 48.08 seconds. Steady as she goes. Always Wanting toward the quarter pole from I Hear Trainer Coming. Louder Than Words is gearing up now for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Then comes Jay River with Just Ruthless to the inside. Just Be Quiet, check bulk of heels, and El Count. As these Fillies mares straighten away, Louder Than Words with a sweep. 3/4, 1 minute 11.79 seconds. Louder Than Words has taken charge. 1 furlong to go. I Hear Trainer Coming. Always Wanting led, but folds up. Then on the outside, Just Ruthless with Jay Rivers and El Count toward the inside. They're coming past the 16th with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Louder Than Words kept to the task. Louder Than Words wins by 2.
We are just 9 minutes to race 7 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and we have a maiden claiming for 15, 5.5 furlongs. The 8, you dreaming, bro, is out. The 4 to 5 favorite on the 9 here. House of Gold. House of Gold is trained by Aaron West, a 3-year-old gelding who's making its second lifetime start, and Sammy Bermudez is aboard here for Aaron. They've teamed up for some nice wins here in the early part of the meet. And we're looking to see, he had a second in the last race. He was really close, but let's see if we can get him in the winner's circle today. He was aboard on this horse's debut April 24th, 6 furlongs. In today's class, we're dropping down in distance a little bit to 5.5, but this is a maiden claiming for 15, and that's where they ran that day and was second. Was a little brushed at the start, but Dawi ran away with that race, winning by 7. So he was the kind of a best of the rest situation that day. However, improving. I mean, learned what he was doing, made a good showing of himself on debut, and I think can take it today. Even money, I'm sure you don't want to swallow. So let's give you a couple of extra selections here with Crab Crunch. Crab Crunch is a first-time starter from the Miguel Silva barn, and his numbers are pretty good when he's a maiden claiming. This dam is Doxology. She's got 2 winners from 3 starters. A 3-year-old colt by American Freedom. Andre Aua is aboard, and he's doing well here at the beginning of the meet. I like the gate work on April 29th. Another gate work on May 9th as well. 15-3 from the gate. So a couple of those, coupled with the successful dam and the good percentages in maiden claiming. Miguel Silva, I've noticed, has done a good job of putting his horses where they have a very, very good chance. He doesn't just throw them in a maiden special weight first out. He's starting out nice and soft in this maiden claiming for 15, which I like. And then I'm going to go with the 2, Our Guy Max. Alberto Burgess is looking for a riding double. He is aboard here for Tiana Richardville. This is a 4-year-old gelding who's 0 for 10, but he's got a nice second, a nice third when he has ran 5.5. He had a third, 6 furlongs on the slop. He had a third. He was very, very close last October and the 9th when he was in maiden claiming for 10. The other 2 that I mentioned were in maiden special weight. We are dropping down now back to maiden claiming, where I think he's going to be a lot more competitive. So that 4-year-old gelding, I'm mixing into my tries. I'm hoping he can finally get the maiden breaking win off the drop. But if not, he definitely, when he's in this sort of race, is going to be in contention. I'm sure his numbers are comparable. So 9-4-2 for me. Even money, though, on House of Gold with the connections of Sammy Bermudez and Aaron West. We are just 6 minutes to post. Good luck.
The horses coming out to the track now for the 7th race. This maiden sprint at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 7. Scratch 5, Handsome Hannah, and the 8, Dreaming Bro. Scratch the 5 at number 8. 6, Ease My Mind. A change of jockey to Joe Ramos. Has a win on the card. Joe Ramos on 6. Ease My Mind here in the maiden. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. 10-cent Pentafecta, double pick 3. Getting close to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. Loading for this maiden sprint. Fernando de la Cruz by Miley's Vow, 4 times started here last season. Andrés Zaloa, first time starter. Crab Crunch. Son of American freedom joined my Miley's Vow. Ease My Mind. Joe Ramos on the Thursday score sheet. Alberto Burgos with our guy Max. Evan Roman with Revs Muster at 5.5 furlongs. Bozano, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. riding for a double. One more. Samuel Bermudez, House of Gold. Second here on debut at the shoe. Starter Ray Cook has the trigger. The Robin sprinting, Ease My Mind with an early blitz. Challenged by Bozano in the black cap. So Bozano and Ease My Mind. And they're together for this run toward the half-mile pole. They've locked horns with House of Gold perched just off into the white cap. House of Gold well spotted. Then toward the inside is our guy Max running in fourth. The first-time starter Crab Crunch is a wide fifth at the 3.5. It's a break of 8 more to the trailers. On the outside, Revs Muster and My Miley's Vow trails the maiden. They round the far turn, the quarter 22.37 seconds. Ease My Mind as House of Gold is gearing up for Samuel Bermudez. Bozano looking to stay this pace, coming towards the top of the stretch with our guy Max running a wide fourth. Big break back there to Crab Crunch with My Miley's Vow, and Revs Muster has tailed off. Ease My Mind, Bozano toward the inside as they kick together for the final furlong. Ease My Mind has a nose in front, those blue blinkers just ahead of Bozano, who's matching strides toward the inside. House of Gold loom, but it flattened out with, on the outside, our guy Max getting into third with Joe Ramos. Ease My Mind edges away. Ease My Mind, 1 by 2. Bozano was the runner-up. Our guy Max third, then House of Gold and My Miley's Vow. .104.44 after the maiden sprint. 6.3291 for the Pentafecta 6. Ease My Mind. 9-2 first. 3 Bozano. 4-1 second. 2 Our Guy Max. In his 11th start. 2-1 third. 9 House of Gold. Loomed at 9-5. Favorite fourth across and 1 My Miley's Vow. 6-1 for the Pentafecta. A couple wins on the card for Joe Ramos. Training double for Randy Klopp. It's Ease My Mind out to the maiden ranks. Result official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle. 6 Ease My Mind. A couple of maiden wins on the card for Joe Ramos. Meets leading jockey. Ease My Mind is a 3-year-old chestnut gelding by Talavacati. Out of the Lost Victory mare, Easy Victory. Racing for Roger Spieth's Spieth Stable LLC. A training double on this Thursday for Randy Klopp. Wins the maiden. Also took out the first of the day. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Ease My Mind. The 6-3 exacta, $33.80. 50-cent trifecta, 632, $30.65. 6-6 double and even, $53. 10-cent superfecta, $14.14. 50-cent pick 3, $38.95. And with My Miley's Vow fourth in the maiden, the 10-cent pentafecta returned $38.96. 7 ran, 104.44. Race 8, it's 19 minutes away. One of those 3 taken off the turf course. Main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch the 2 Pretty on the Prairie and the 8 Front Cover. Scratch the 2 and the 8 No Pentafecta. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Scratch the Grand High 5. Double, pick 3. Post time, 5:50. Cook has the trigger. The Robin sprinting, Ease My Mind with an early blitz. Challenged by Bozano in the black cap. So Bozano and Ease My Mind. And they're together for this run toward the half-mile pole. They've locked horns with House of Gold perched just off into the white cap. House of Gold well spotted. Then toward the inside is Our Guy Max running in fourth. The first-time starter Crab Crunch is a wide fifth at the 3.5. It's a break of 8 more to the trailers. On the outside, Revs Muster and My Miley's Vow trails the maiden. They round the far turn, the quarter, 22.37 seconds. Ease My Mind as House of Gold is gearing up for Samuel Bermudez. Bozano looking to stay this pace, coming towards the top of the stretch with Our Guy Max running a wide fourth. Big break back there to Crab Crunch with My Miley's Vow, and Revs Muster has tailed off. Ease My Mind, Bozano toward the inside as they kick together for the final furlong. Ease My Mind has a nose in front. Those blue blinkers just ahead of Bozano, who's matching strides toward the inside. House of Gold loom, but it flattened out with, on the outside, Our Guy Max getting into third with Joe Ramos. Ease My Mind edges away. Ease My Mind, 1 by 2. Bozano was the runner-up. Our Guy Max third. Cook has the trigger. The Robin sprint.
11 minutes to the 8th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. I knew this would happen. I've got my dad's best friends here. I got to give a shout out to Steve Beebe upstairs, his group with WM Waste Management's upstairs. And Steve, I gave all of him and his coworkers my tip sheet, and I knew once I did, wasn't going to be a very good day, but let's not blame it on anybody else. I jinxed myself with that, but we've got an Indiana side allowance, and what I'm saying is we're turning it around. This is for 3-year-olds and up. It was slated for a mile on turf. It is going to be ran at a mile and 70. The 2 is out of this race, as well as the 8, and right now the 1 is the 3 to 5 favorite, and I just stuck with the 5 here in this race. Enchanted Melody, you know, Michelle and I were just talking about it. She said they've never ran her on turf, and we really wanted to try her because she's bred top and bottom for turf. However, I stuck with her because she does have the most experience on dirt, not the most, but she has experience on dirt, and one of her last efforts of the 2024 meet was at a mile and 70, which is the distance here today, and she was just beaten ahead. I think maybe she needed one as well. So let's just draw a line through that April 30th debut. First of all, she was sprinting. I think she wants to go long. And second of all, like I said, I think she just needed one. This is second off the layoff. And she does have a 3rd place finish at a mile. We're on a mile and 70. Very similar distance here. Enchanted Melody, a 5-year-old mare, I'm going to put on top. And then the 3 to 5 favorite, Inclusive Justice. I always tell everybody, never leave out those Justice trainees. This one is co-owned by Tony Granitz and trained by Tony Granitz, a 3-year-old filly by Harry's Holiday. Tony looking for a double here. It's first time with winners. She's a speed. She's on the outside. I get why she's being bet so heavily right now. She tried Tampa. It got taken off the turf. That was a mile and 40 and a maiden claiming for 32. Best of the rest kind of situation as a 3rd place finish. But May 3rd, she came out on a good track, a mile and 70. It was also taken off the turf that day. She just got some bad luck. She ended up winning by over 7 as the bettor's favorite. So excited to see what she does getting off of that win. But, you know, you do have to remember this is a big step up, especially for a 3-year-old filly, younger, going up against older. And she's first time with winners. Fernando, though, he's an aggressive rider. I'm sure he'll get her in a good spot. And then the 3, 4 to 1, Red Hot Justice. Ramos got a double on the card, and he is looking here for a triple. Ray Paquette is the owner and the trainer. This one as well has put in a race on April 30th. He's 27% second off the layoff. And this one was in an allowance at 5.5 furlongs. Ramos was aboard that day. He likes this horse. He wanted the mount again. Ray gave it to him, and they're moving him back up to 2 turns, which as far as the distance of just a flat mile goes, this horse has a 2nd and a 3rd, which definitely will transcend to a mile and 70 here today. I've got 5, 1, 3 in this, our 8th race. Up next, races 9, 10, and 11 are Harley Green Derby trials, and Harley himself is here today for his trials, a great proponent of quarter horse racing. He just told me he turned 90 last month, so very happy to have him here. Hopefully we'll get him in the winner's circle. So stick around. After this 8th and final thoroughbred race, we do have 3/4, the Harley Green Derby trials. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 8th race. The last of those today taken off the turf course. All main track card here fast. This at 1 mile and 70 yards. A field of 6, scratch 2, Pretty on the Prairie, and 8 front cover. No pentafecta wagering. No grand high 5, scratch 2 and 8 from the racing program. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Fernando de la Cruz with Inclusive Justice. There's the Harry's Holiday filly. This is at 1 mile and 70 yards. 1 of 3 taken off the turf course. Fast main track. Now Red Hot Justice. Joe Ramos with a couple of wins on the card. Oscar Villarreal with No Trust. Joseph Romero, Enchanted Melody coming up and in. Couple the back, Felix Ostadillo with Trip Charge. Inclusive Justice, 3-5 favorite. One more. Ennis Freelass. Alberto Burgos on the Thursday score sheet. They're in the gate. And they're off. Inclusive Justice sharply away from the rail for Fernando de la Cruz. Enchanted Melody in the black cap makes an early move on Inclusive Justice as they make their way into the first turn with No Trust getting position in third. Ennis Free Lass is in fourth. Red Hot Justice in the pink silks underneath of Trip Charge in between horses. They have just under 7 furlongs to run. It's Inclusive Justice with Enchanted Melody staying right there with the front runner for Joseph Romero, while No Trust is running in third as they go to the back of the track. Red Hot Justice with Ennis Free Lass and Trip Charge trails the Fillies Mares Sextet. The opening quarter covered in 24.55 seconds for the backstretch run with these joint leaders. Nearest the inside, Inclusive Justice holds a short lead from Enchanted Melody, who's right there with Inclusive Justice as they make this run toward the half-mile pole, neck and neck. No Trust, a stalking third for Oscar Villarreal. Ennis Free Lass is running in fourth. Red Hot Justice with the rail, and Trip Charge being asked now to pick up from out of last. A half mile in 48.93 seconds. 4-5 favorite Inclusive Justice is 3 furlongs away, but Enchanted Melody has been right there looming with her. Inclusive Justice by a half to 3/4. Enchanted Melody looking to stay, and No Trust making 3-path progress as they come toward the quarter pole. And here's Ennis Free Lass, who has run for Alberto Burgos on the far outside. They close ranks at the top of the stretch. Red Hot Justice straightened away in fifth, then Trip Charge. 3/4, 1 minute 13.34 seconds, and there she goes, Ennis Free Lass with a burst, and is pulled clear in the furlong grounds from Inclusive Justice with no response for this filly. It is Ennis Free Lass kicking away. Alberto Burgos and Ennis Free Lass decisively by 9. Inclusive Justice on the wire photo with Red Hot Justice. Close. No Trust finished fourth. Seven, Ennis Free Lass, 143.21, wide margin. Alberto Burgos with a couple of wins on the card. John Herron, 4-1, Ennis Free Lass. The judges will examine a photograph before posting the remaining order finish. Hold all tickets. Result of the place photo, finishing second narrowly. 1 Inclusive Justice at 4-5. held place safe. Nose to 3, Red Hot Justice, 5 to 2 third. And for No Trust at 21 to 1 for the Superfecta. 7-1-3-4. The Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 7, Innisfree Lass. Running double for Alberto Burgos. Innisfree Lass is a 3-year-old bay filly by Saba and a Laser Lass by Fort Larned. For John Herron, Herron Thoroughbreds LLC, Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Innisfree Lass, sharp today. It's official. The 7-1 Exacta paid $26.20. There was no Pentafecta featured on the Fillies and Mares. 50-cent trifecta, 7-1-3, $19 and change. 6-7 double, $67.40. The $1 Itoba late pick 4, 404, 488.20. No Trust fourth. 10-cent superfecta, 7-1-3-4, $9.60. 50-cent pick 3, $77. 50-cent late pick 5 paid $627.45. 143.21 Innisfree Lass, repeat meet winner. Race 9, 17 minutes away, the first of 3 trials for the Harley Green Derby. At 350 yards, fast track with a headwind. No scratches, no rider changes. The 4 Beach first 4 over. 6 Dashin, Quick Corona, 3 pounds over. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta, double, final pick 3 of the day and of Caesars week. 6:17 post time, fast track. The gate. And they're off. Inclusive Justice sharply away from the rail for Fernando Letter Cruz. Enchanted Melody in the black cap makes an early move on Inclusive Justice as they make their way into the first turn with No Trust getting position in third. Innisfree Lass is in fourth. Red Hot Justice in the pink silks underneath of Trip Charge in between horses. They have just under 7 furlongs to run. It's Inclusive Justice with Enchanted Melody staying right there with the front runner for Joseph Romero, while No Trust is running in third as they go to the back of the track. Red Hot Justice with Innisfree Lass and Trip Charge trails the Fillies Mares Sextet. The opening quarter covered in 24.55 seconds for the backstretch run with these joint leaders. Nearest the inside, Inclusive Justice holds a short lead from Enchanted Melody, who's right there with Inclusive Justice as they make this run toward the half-mile pole, neck and neck. No Trust, a stalking third for Oscar Villarreal. Innisfree Lass is running in fourth. Red Hot Justice with the rail, and Trip Charge being asked now to pick up from out of last. A half mile in 48.93 seconds. 4 to 5 favorite Inclusive Justice is 3 furlongs away, but Enchanted Melody has been right there looming with her. Inclusive Justice by a half to 3/4. Enchanted Melody looking to stay, and No Trust making 3-path progress as they come toward the quarter pole. And here's Innisfree Lass, who has run for Alberto Burgos on the far outside. They close ranks at the top of the stretch. Red Hot Justice straightened away in fifth, then Trip Charge. 3/4, 1 minute 13.34 seconds, and there she goes, Innisfree Lass with a burst, and is pulled clear in the furlong grounds from Inclusive Justice with no response for this filly. It is Innisfree Lass kicking away. Alberto Burgos and Innisfree Lass decisively by 9. Inclusive Justice on the wire photo with Red Hot Justice. Close. The gate.
Well, we have 3 more races remaining on the Thursday card at Horseshoe Indianapolis. These are going to be 350-yard trials for the first Derby of the year, the Harley Green Derby, named in honor of Harley Green, who was a longtime supporter of racing in Indiana and a farm inspector for quite some time, so he knows all about all kinds of animals, horses, etc. What it's going to take today in these 3 trials is the 10 fastest times. And as we've seen, sometimes one race might produce more than one qualifier just based on if they get a good, clean start and an unimpeded path to the wire. That's really what it takes. So we'll have to look at each horse. Some of them are coming off the layoff. Some of them have had a race this year. It's a real wide open set of 3 races. All right, let's go to the paddock and take a look at the first group. To me, it looks like a day at the beach because we have so many really quality horses sired by leading Indiana quarter horse stallion Escondido Beach. Tough to choose one in particular on top, but I had to go with number 8, Escondido Gold. Diego Bocanegra will ride this gelding by Escondido Beach, obviously. Sherry Miller stands that stallion and has had tremendous success with his offspring. And another woman in Indiana racing that we're respecting more and more each day is Natasha Perez. She was a former quarter horse jockey and I believe now in her 4th year of training. Extremely hands-on, very, very good. And this was a nice horse last year. He basically qualified for several futurities and 3 futurities and 4 wins from 7 starts last year. We use a flipping halter today to maybe give a little more focus at the start. This is a really, really solid entrant. Tim Eggleston, who's current leading quarter horse conditioner here, has 2 in this field with another Escondido Beach gelding, number 4 Beach First, exiting a 4th place finish in the Miss Roxy Little Futurity that took place on Indiana Champions Day last year. Off since October 26th, but 2 solid works in April. Rolando Pena, who's an extraordinary rider and a big part of the Eggleston barn, has the call. This horse actually won the leader of the class futurity back in September. Wasn't the highest priced futurity, but when you win, you win. It gives you a little bit of confidence. All right, we're going to round up my top 3 with number 5, and that's Apolitical 6 a Run. That's Patty Marshall's homebred, still a maiden, but I think offers a lot of value in this particular trial. This is a gelding by EOS Apolitical Win. He made his first start as a stallion. His first crop came out last year, and I think he had over 6 winners here and was ranked pretty high nationally as a producer, so it was fun to see, and they're all coming up again this year, second crop coming up this year. So this is out of a Trace Sace mare, so good pedigree top and bottom, and going to make her 7th start for leading conditioner Tony Cunningham. Now, he won the 2015 edition of the Harley Green Derby, and I love the name of the horse, Hand of Doom. Don't you feel like that can kind of resonate into all of our lives? Hand of Doom in this crazy world. So anyway, 2025 win. He's the only trainer in this group that has a win in the Harley Green Derby. Danny Martinez rides, got a bullet work on April 1st. I think it's going to be pretty wide open futurity, but definitely take a look at number 5, Apolitical 6 a Run. All right, so I'm going 8, 4, 5, 3 if you want to go a little deeper into your wagers. 8, 4, 5, 3, and Rachel will be up previewing the second of 3 trials. You know she'll give a lot of good information as well. All right, good luck to all the entrants.
As we stand by for the call for riders up for the first of our 3 trials for the Harley Green Derby, just a note in the 10th race, late program correction in race 10, the second Harley Green Derby trial, race 10, program correction, 6, AP Political Patriot, no flipping halter last time out, no flipping halter in the second Harley Green Derby trial tonight for 6, AP Political Patriot, program correction. horses call postward now for the 9th race, the first of 3 trials of the Harley Green Derby. With the 350 yards, fast track headwind, no scratches, no rider changes. 4 Beach First, 4 pounds over. 6 Dashin' Quick Corona, 3 pounds over the assigned program weight. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta, double, final pick 3 of the day on the Harley Green Derby trials. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Jessup Beachman, Escondido Gold both use the flipping halter. Magnum Beach coming up to the rail draw. Apolitical 6 a run. Our boy Jess. Dashin' Quick Corona. Now Political Lies, like Beach First and Long-Legged Lover, Tim Eggleston's trio. Now Rolando Pina with Beach First. One more. Jose Ruiz with Long-Legged Lover. 350 yards, fast track headwind. It's the first of 3 trials for the Harley Green Derby. They're in the gate. And they're off. Beach First, real sharp away. with nearest the inside, Magnum Beach past the 220. In between them, Jessup Beachman with a bid. Apolitical 6 a run. On the outside, Escondido Gold. Better get going. Past the 16th, it is Beach first for Rolando Pina. Beach first, clear cut by 2. From Jessup Beachman with Magnum Beach and Escondido Gold. For Beach first, 7-5 first. The first of 3 trials for the Harley Green Derby. Did that so well. Rolando Pina for Tim Eggleston. It's the first of 3 trials. Stand by for the 350-yard time. The judges have posted number 3, Jessup Beachman second in trial 1. 1 Magnum Beach third. 8 Escondido Gold getting into the Superfecta. 9 Long-Legged Lover fifth for the quarter horse Pentafecta. 4-3, 1-8-9. Fast Track Headwind. .826 seconds. The time to beat to get into the final for the Harley Green Derby. Beach first. Sharp victory, 17.826. Ninth race official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 4 Beach first with Rolando Pina. Couldn't have drawn up that victory any better. 17.826. Beach first is a 3-year-old sorrel gelding by Escondido Beach. Out of Javalia by Bremerton. Tim Eggleston trains for Greg Farris, winning his first run of 2025, taking out the first Harley Green Derby trial. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the connections of Beach first. Sets the standard at 17.826 seconds. Fast headwind. 4-3 exacta, $16 even. 50-cent trifecta, 4-3-1, $64.45. Long-legged lover fifth. The 10-cent quarter horse grand high five paid $205.43. 50-cent pick 3, $72.10. 50-cent trifecta, 4-3-1, $64.45. 7-4 double and even $30. 10-cent superfecta, 4-3-1-8, return $40.29. Escondido Gold fourth. Long-legged lover fifth. On to the 10th race we go. Couple more. The second of 3 trials for the Harley Green Derby. No scratches, no rider changes. 2 Apolitical Mission, 4 over. 3 Encore Second Act, 3 over. 6 AP Political Patriot, program correction. No flipping halter last time out. No flipping halter today for 6 AP Political Patriot. 9 HF Gestrino, 5 over the weight. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, quarter horse pentafecta. We start the late double, 6:44, post time.
Results are in for Exactamundo. Congratulations to online player Greg Troutman. Thank you for playing in this week's Exactamundo.
And they're off. Beach first, real sharp away. With nearest the inside, Magnum Beach past the 220. In between them, Jessup Beachman with a bid. Apolitical 6 a run. On the outside, Escondido Gold. Better get going. Past the 16th, it is Beach first for Rolando Pina. Beach first, clear cut by 2. From Jessup Beachman with Magnum Beach and they're off. Beach first.
2 of 3 trials for the Harley Green Derby trials here. The last time I saw it up there, we will get you the 10 fastest times. I know Martha explained it, excuse me guys, but this is the 10 fastest times from all 3 of these races. I want to remind you guys of that. So the actual finish is not as big of a deal as the time is. So we're looking at 350 yards in this one. I don't know what I was thinking leaving out the 4 in the last race. I really don't know what I was trying to do there. But this is a nice 9-horse field. The 2's the favorite right now, and that's who I have on top. Apolitical Mission, 3-year-old gelding who's making his 9th lifetime start. Look at these finishes. I mean, what a consistent guy at the distance, 350. Even the most recent one was 300 yards and moving back up. Was 4th in that one by a neck. Was right there with everybody in that race. So definitely the one to look at. The times are good for this horse. Look at the 350. This horse did 350 and 17.9 once. I mean, this is just a really speedy, good looking guy. Look at him in the paddock on his toes. Classy gelding. And I just said to someone, this horse ran on March 17th, and I just said to someone, if you see a work on a quarter horse, make note, because not that they don't all the time, but when they have a recent one, because sometimes they'll use the races as works for these guys. You don't want to get them out every morning like thoroughbreds. They're not thoroughbreds. They're quarter horses, and this one's May 6th, 220 yards, a nice work coming into this race. And then we'll go out to the 9. I like these outside horses. I've got a couple of them here today. It didn't pan out for me last time. But the 9, HF Just Reno. This one, Aaron Hunt is aboard for Tim Eggleston. 3-year-old gelding by Jess Zuman. A wonderful sire. It's all about the breeding with these quarter horses. And I love the PYC Paint Your Wagon. Damn, I just felt a raindrop. Oh, my gosh. The 2024 season, 5 of 8 in the money. Now, this horse just gets caught and caught and caught. I'm telling you, if you look at these second place finishes right there every time, dueled, widened, gained a little bit for place, gained a little bit for place, saved for place. This horse will get up there, see the leader, and will get on him. But I almost feel like by the time he gets in that position, he kind of runs out a little bit. He's at 350 yards. He's already had out on April 24th, and he got in a lot of trouble, caused a chain reaction, and got moved way down. But it was a 3rd place finish had he not gotten in all that trouble. So let's hope he gets a clean trip today. And then the 6 is 5-2, and that is AP Political Patriot. EOS Apolitical Win is one of our sponsors. A very nice sire, and obviously we hear a lot of apolitical going around in here. Definitely check him out. Diego Bocanegra is aboard, Jose Ruiz is aboard, AP Political Patriot. And this one did have an out in 2025, and it was in March. It was 3rd by a head after breaking in, bumping, and then kind of drifted over towards the rail. This horse just really, if he would have gone straight in that race, it would have been a winner for sure, because he got beat ahead. Now, ran in the Miss Roxy Little, didn't do much, but did win one of our quarter horse stakes on August 3rd. Ran in the Futurity by a link to get into Miss Roxy into the trial. Very talented gelding. He's been in a lot of tough races against a lot of tough company. And to end the year, he got in some trouble in the Miss Roxy Little. He broke in, and then his March race was definitely a really good one, like I said. So this is a Oscar Preciado trainee. He has bred, owned, and trains this very, very classy 3-year-old gelding. So 296 for me here in our second of the Harley Green Derby trials. Good luck.
The horses call postward now for the 10th race, the second of 3 trials for the Harley Green Derby tonight. At 350 yards, a field of 9. 2 Apolitical Mission, 4 over. 3 Encore Second Act, 3 extra pounds. 6 AP Political Patriot, late program correction. No flipping halter last time out. No flipping halter here for 6 AP Political Patriot. Number 9 HF Just Reno, plus 5 pounds. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta. Start of the late double. Race 11, scratch 2 painted gray. 11th race, scratch 2 painted gray. No rider changes. 3 HF Firecracker, 3 over. 4 Flashy Beach DHD plus a pound. 1 Zoom In Feature goes in the final trial with a flipping halter. Post time for the second of 3 Harley Green Derby trials. Drawing in. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. AP Political Mission uses a flipping halter. Orlando Pena going for a trial double with Tim Eggleston, AP Political Mission. Paradise Beach, DNA Political Fighter. Encore's second act. HF Let It Go has the rail draw. AP Political Patriot. Wildcat Lover. Flair for Ritzy. Now Wildcat Lover. 350 yards. Fast Track with a headwind, one more. Aaron Hunt with HF Just Reno. The final trial hopeful coming up. Beach first clocked 17.826. They're in the gate. They're off. Apolitical Mission leads them to 220 yards from home with Flair for Ritzy. DNA Political Fighter slightly lugging in. Here comes AP Political Patriot with a charge. It's AP Political Patriot. Apolitical Mission toward the inside. Apolitical Mission with AP Political Patriot. Apolitical Mission over AP Political Patriot. Then Wildcat Lover with Encore's second act. Flair for Ritzy and Paradise Beach. Photo finish. Here's the verdict: 2-6-8-7-4-2, a political mission. 2-1 first. 6 AP Political Patriot was second. 8 Paradise Beach getting into the trifecta. 7 Wildcat Lover fourth, and 4 Flair for Ritzy for the pentafecta. So trial double for Rolando Pena with Tim Eggleston. We'll stand by for the final time for a political mission. Beach first. Clock 17.826 after the first trial for the Harley Green Derby. (17.690 seconds to take the top trial time through 2. One more Harley Green Derby trial to come to close out the card. A political mission, 17.690 seconds. Tenth race official. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, to Apolitical Mission with Rolanda Pena. Taking a trial double, Apolitical Mission is a 3-year-old of Brown Gelling by The Transmission. Out of Apolitical Deb by Apolitical Jess. Tim Eggleston trains for Philip R. Harrison. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Apolitical Mission takes the top time of 17.690 seconds with one more Harley Green Derby trial to come. Two six exact at $23.20. 50-cent trifecta, 268, $47.05. 4-2 double, 2020. 10-cent superfecta, $23.66. 50-cent pick 3, 7 with the 4 with the 2. $39 even. And the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta returned $417.67. 17 minutes away from the finale. Third and final trial for the Harley Green Derby. Scratch 2 painted gray. 1 zoom-in feature, flipping halter for 1 zoom-in feature. 3 HF Firecracker, 3 over. 4 Flashy Beach DHD, a pound over. Exacta trifecta superfecta. 10-cent quarter horse grand high 5. 7:10 post time for the finale. Leads them to 220 yards from home with flair for Ritzy. DNA Political Fighter slightly lugging in. Here comes AP Political Patriot with a charge. It's AP Political Patriot. Apolitical Mission toward the inside. Apolitical Mission with AP Political Patriot. Apolitical Mission over AP Political.
Well, 2 trials in the books and 1 more to go to determine the 10 qualifiers for the Harley Green Derby. That's the first Derby of the 2025 season, and the final will take place on our first all-quarter horse day, which comes up Saturday, May 31st. It'll be at 10:45 post time. Oh, so much action that day. You will not believe it, and we want you to mark your calendars. all right, well, I want to make, before we go and talk about these horses, let me just make a point of reference for the times from last year, just to give you an idea what you're looking for now that you've seen 2 races. The winner of last year's Harley Green Derby was Not Your Secret, who set the top time of 17.713 to lead his stablemates into the final. Of course, he did win the final as the fastest qualifier, which will happen. It's happened for a couple of years, but I do believe 3 years ago, it might have been Sarah's Violin that sprung the upset $29 winner. We'll fill you in more as we get closer to the final. All right, well, let's go to the paddock, and I'm going to start with, first of all, a scratch of number 2 out, so we do have 1 scratch in this race. But let's look at number 5, WRS Apolitical Gal, who I thought showed tremendous improvement and consistency in her 2-year-old campaign for breeder and owner Williams Racing Stables. When you see that WRS stands for Gwen and Randy Williams, they breed horses. They're really one of the top quarter horse breeders, and owners have been very supportive of Horseshoe Indianapolis. Always have some really nice horses. So this filly was pretty good in her 2-year-old campaign, and she also is trained by Natasha Perez. We've talked about her, how much of a hands-on horsewoman she is, and she and Diego Bocanegra have a tremendous partnership. They just do very, very well. And of course, when you've got great owners and breeders, it does take a lot of pressure off the trainer and the jockey. All right, so we'll see what happens. I like that horse. I think primed off a good 2-year-old campaign. Next up for me is going to be the rail horse, number 1, Zoomin Feature. Won the Gordon Mobley Futurity that was last July. That's the first quarter horse futurity for 2-year-olds in the season. And that's always impressive for young horses to win that Gordon Mobley. Now, unfortunately, the horse tailed off. Gelding tailed off a teeny bit after that. This is a son of Jess Zoomin. But then, so I don't worry about that because it just takes a lot of focus and energy to win a futurity. But the good news is, came back on April 21st and had a really nice work for trainer Claudio Barazza. He'll give the leg up to Edgar Diaz, who was last year's leading quarter horse rider. So even though he wasn't named as one of the favorites on paper, I think you're going to see a lot of interest in Zoomin Feature. I would not overlook his chances to if not win this trial, qualify for the final. And my third selection is going to be number 8, and that's Coach Pete. Show a lot of improvement in the last 2 months of his 2-year-old campaign for our current leading quarter horse conditioner, and that's Tim Eggleston. Bred and owned by C.W. Mullenix, this is another speedy son of EOS Apolitical win. Won his final 2 races of last season, including a $19,000 allowance, so moved straight up from the maiden ranks into allowance company. Eduardo Diaz, who is our current leading rider with 5 wins so far for Tim Eggleston, has the mount. All right, I'm going 5-1-8-4 in our final trial. Tammy Knox, who's our ace publicist, will put out a press release detailing which 10 will advance to our May 31st final. And we'll be sure to fill you in on all the excitement of the finals of several races and some more trials that are coming up on our all-quarter horse day, May 31st. Okay, so that's it for us this week. We hope you have a wonderful weekend, have a terrific Preakness Stakes, and then we'll see you back here on Monday at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
The horses call postward now for race 11 to close out the card in Caesars Week. Third and final trial for the Harley Green Derby. Top time apolitical mission, 17.690 seconds, fast headwind. So with a 350, scratch 2 painted gray, scratch the 2, no rider changes. 1 zoom in feature, uses a flipping halter. 4 flashy beach DHD, a pound over. Exacta trifecta superfecta, 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta, 2 minute. One minute to post time. 1 minute to the finale. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading. Zoom in feature uses a flipping halter. WRS Apolitical Gal. HF Firecracker coming up and in. Flashy Beach DHD joining up at 350 yards. Rich Mamacita. Waiting for DNA Dell's winner. Coach Pete and Booms Zoom in Bayou will be last. Now Eduardo Luna Diaz with Coach Pete coming up. First run of 2025 for Coach Pete at 350 yards. Apolitical Mission, top time 17.690 seconds, and one more. Boom Zoom in Bayou, fast with a headwind. Monday post time 2:10. Here comes the last. They're in the gate. Off they go. Rich Mamacita hopped in the air. Fast away. Zoom in feature. A charge by WRS Apolitical Gal in the middle. Right there, Flashy Beach DHD chasing with DNA Dell's winner. Coach Pete and Boom Zoom in Bayou over here on the stand side. Zoom in feature for Edgar Diaz. Zoom in feature wins nicely by 2. From WRS Apolitical Gal, Flashy Beach DHD, DNA Dell's winner, Coach Pete and Boom Zoom in Bayou in the final trial for the Harley Green Derby. One, 5, 4, 7, 8 runs fifth in the final trial for the Harley Green Derby. 17.690 after trial 2 for Apolitical Mission was the top time. Stand by for the 350-yard time. Fast headwind 1. Zoom in feature 3-1 first. Number 5 WRS Apolitical Gal was second. For Flashy Beach DHD at 18-1 odds third. 7A DNA Dell's winner fourth, and 8 Coach Pete was fifth, making his first run of 2025. So 17.951 clocked zoom in feature for the final trial. We'll see if that stands among the top 10 for the final here at the end of the month. 17.951 for the 350 for zoom in feature. Race 11 official. After 3 trials for the Harley Green Derby, 17.690 17.826, and here for Zoom and Feature, 17.951 were the three winners' times. The final for the Harley Green Derby here at the end of the month. Hope you can join us for an all-quarter horse morning, kicking off on May 31st at 10:45 a.m. Winner last summer to the 2024 Gordon Mobley Futurity takes out his first run of 2025 Zoom and Feature with Edgar Diaz. Zoom and Feature is a 3-year-old brown gelding by Jess Zooman at a Brookstones feature by Brookstone Bay. Bred here in the Hoosier State by owner Campos Family Ventures LLC, trained by Claudio Barraza. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Zoom and Feature. Wins the third and final trial for the Harley Green Derby. Final results in 50-cent pick 3, 421, $30.95. The 10-cent pentifecta, $92.36. 1-5 exacta, $37.20, 50-cent trifecta, 154, $141.50. 2-1 double after those trials, $38 even. And the 10-cent superfecta, 1547 returns $76 and change. Zoom and Features back in 2025. Clock 17.951 seconds. Fast headwind. That concludes today's live racing program, wrapping up Caesars Week. Thanks to all that joined us here on track, and cheers to all who tuned in. Next live race card will be on Monday. Don't forget, no live racing here tomorrow. You can watch and wager on the Black Eyed Susan from Pimlico Racecourse at the first floor OTB here. Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino open 24/7. Join us here at the first floor OTB on Saturday for the 150th running of the Preakness from Old Hilltop. No live racing here on Sunday. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today during this entire Caesars Week from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night.